Alrighty, hello. With the Bob Marley reference. I don't want to wait in vain for your love. Yeah, I'm sorry about making you wait, but I was making a cup of coffee, which this is. And good news, I have something for you. My GitHub now has Into the Matrix. That was what I was doing this morning. In vain. Yeah. So what you see here, and I'm going to adjust it so that it fits on the screen. However long that takes. Let's see. There we go. What we have here is literally up on my GitHub. I'm not sure whether I can post a link or whether I even need to, but let's see about that. So here's the GitHub. I haven't got the repository pinned. Maybe that's something I should do. Let's pin it. Boop. There you are. Now it is one of the things that you immediately see. And if YouTube lets me post links, that would be the link. So now you must understand what this is. I'm not posting the binary. That's the Godot project file, which I'm comfortable with because I feel kind of like if you're going to get into me doing this sort of thing and then sharing it, learn to build things in Godot, which is going to be different on every system. So the only thing that I really know is what it's like on the Mac. So I'm not able to support that. However, what I am able to support is doing fun things with this new program. And we can run it and see that here, well, I guess it's going to build, right? Yeah, it's coming. There are bugs, and I'm probably not going to fix them. Although maybe what I can do is test them. For instance, I remember that it died immediately when I had exactly 400 seats. Let's see if it does again. Nope, this time it liked it. I had built a bunch of versions and they were crashing on some room sizes. But this is it. This is the one. And you can build it as it stands literally right now if you go to the GitHub and you learn how to work in the Godot engine. It might be a certain amount of fussing around and getting it to work, which I can't help with. But this is where it's currently at. And I'll tell you something more. When I'm done with today, I'll upload the changes. So today becomes a matter of not just taking this and running it a lot, and I'll show you where I got to also. Let me quit out of here. So here's where I've got to. Date modified. So these are the most recent ones that I ran, and then I ran a bunch of other ones earlier. Little small ones. This is one of the ones that rates fairly well. This is quite a small room. You notice that they are all asleep. They are all saying ZZ, ZZ, ZZ. That's something I'm going to add today. And here's a much larger one, and a much larger one that scores really well. The score for these is a balance of qualities that fight each other. So everything else is failing on one of the qualities or another. Like for instance, here's a smaller room. that room showed up as blue, green, red, meaning the sonority, the loudness of it is good, but the clarity on a sine sweep, and there's a sine sweep over here, after this, loudness is the guitar. Then I think there's a thump or two. Nope. So that sine sweep, that's how we measure the purple rating. Since it's only a sine sweep, the theory there is it shouldn't ring out too loud, because if it rings out too loud, that means one of the frequencies is out of balance and resonating too much. Whereas that guitar blaring away, here's an example where it's another one of the red markings. So there's a little more sustain to it. And if we go over to the guitar section, it becomes very, very loud. And the blue section, means we play Alien Kittens through it, like this. And it has to make a loud reverb return, even though it's mostly bass. So as you can see, we have multiple different things being measured by that. If you're doing your own version, I would advocate making your own measurements and using those. Something that's suitable to your personal needs. But yeah, red or orange means the loud distorted guitars ring out incredibly loud on the reverb. Blue means the Alien Kittens section, the bass resonates in the reverb. So that's two different frequency ranges represented by different colors. And I'm getting way more of the green marking than I ever did before because of this change in the code. Here's what changed. We're doing this thing with, let's see, the third array, the blue channel, that's what it is. So we are simply measuring see, this is where it counts through and adds the red values in there. But then it's doing delays t minus 2, and it's counting in this range. So I have to make sure that it checks the correct values, times itself, and then also times 512 because my value I was getting out of it wasn't big enough. That's a slew measurement. Delays minus next delays over, that's a measurement between two reverb returns as I'm measuring them. Because the way it's drawing is, since these are all, and they don't have to be, but since these are currently all prime numbers, depending upon how big the reverb matrix is, whether it's a 3x3, 4x4, or a 5x5, they will all line up on either odd or even numbers with no variation in there. And it depends upon whether it's an odd or even number of the size of the matrix. Regardless, it's always going to be spaced out by 2, so that's how that does. And angle change starts out blank, and it gets filled in by the slew rate of every single position along the array. And then that's multiplied by itself, so that's going to make large results get way higher. I could also cube it. I could do the power of 3 with it. But currently the way it sits is fine with me. I also always want it to be positive. Simply multiplying it by itself will always make the end result be positive. So that part's fine too. And then, so here's a thing I was thinking about. That might well be worth checking out. Maybe I can add another little graphics thing. If it's exciting enough and people are actually watching and want to play with this, I can push it midstream and then you can have it immediately. I'm curious how much influence each of these things have. And I can tell you how I'd be able to find out. Hey, Jonathan. See, most plus equals this, which is going to be different each time. Oh yeah, you should Godot is awesome. You should definitely download it. See how we've got most added by each of these things? I could make a separate set of variables, and we start out with the really grueling one. This is the generating every possible combination, so I need to make that stay pretty simple. Actually, come to think of it, I bet I could leave a just green out of this. Currently, that is just a figure of 1. I'm not actually, there's a control in there that you can adjust this with. I'm not using it right at the moment. That's why all of these results here, these all say ZZ, ZZ, ZZ. I intend to make it set up so that you can run the program. I'll hopefully stick with the end results that I've got. And each of these parameters, green, red, and blue, works along a gradient between the very beginning of the reverb tail and the very end of the reverb tail. Which would imply that the green one would actually require, I've even got this coded up so that it's up and running. It's just that I'm not using the gradient factor of it at all. So here's where my brain just started out in trying to solve this problem, because I want multiple things at the same time. That's basically how I think, which is on my mind at the moment because the family stuff blew up on me, and I cannot be sure whether my younger brother is going to randomly show up and be banging on my door, begging my attention or forgiveness or whatever, because he's figured out by now I don't want to talk to him, but probably doesn't understand that it's not because I'm like full of rage and anger, and it's just because some of his stuff is really difficult to be around. And I thrive and do better when my head is not stuck in like family space. Something you'd think he would understand because he abandoned the family for like 10 years and refused to talk to my mom back when she was alive, and then eventually stopped. But he has done literally the thing that I'm doing with these brothers. And it's just to get a foundation of my own, which is basically you folks and Airwindows and this that I do. Yeah, quintuple loop moment, that is calculus. That is how we generate all of these variations, at which point everything else gets a, and the rough family stuff was back in the day, was a long time ago. I've gotten over it a lot, but a lot of the getting over it involved going no contact with some folks who, as near as I can work out. And the funny thing is, like, if they were all over my videos, this could offend them. But part of the problem is they will never look at this stuff because it is too painful for them to see me doing well. And the reason for that is because I got basically indulged by my parents because they had extraordinarily high expectations that I did not. Oh, you don't. I'm going to get back to the coding. Don't you worry. But and some people get something out of the family history sharing. I'll keep it to, as my mom used to say, a dull roar. The deal is if a family is like, this is the good child and everybody else basically sucks, so we're going to make them do all the great things, and they're going to live out our wishes for, why are you not doing that successfully? That screws up everybody because the person that can't live up to the wishes ends up becoming miserable, and that would be me. But then the other siblings are being treated incredibly unfairly, and they can't help but resent, like Golden Child there, especially if Golden Child is having problems. But then how do you even engage past that point? It's like, well, you can't be great because it just brings up bad stuff for them. But if you just go around being like, yeah, I suck, they just lean into that. And that's the only way they can see you, but it's no fun. So yeah, and they're not likely to watch my videos because it is me being successful doing a computer programmer. And then again, the guy who wants to visit me is the same guy who I used to code with. And we were able to combine into a sort of coding Voltron that could do astonishing things. Because I'm Chris from Airwindows. You've seen me continually. I think this weekend I'm not actually going to post a plugin so much as I'm going to make a video documenting this that we're looking at right now. Because people get to play with this now, and it'll get them playing with the Godot engine. And even if they never get to hear the end result, I feel like that's good enough to do. And it buys me a week of time to work on other things. But here, let me have another sip of coffee and straighten my head out because it got bounced around a bunch of different ideas. Yeah, the guy that could randomly show up and bang on my door requesting an explanation and being really nervous and worried because he knows something's wrong. I grew up in a family where there was lots of things wrong, so everybody knew something was wrong, but they all thought it was their fault. And that's not very fair to anybody. And as long as I blew enough smoke up this guy's butt and behaved that he was walking on water and the smartest man in the world, we could do this coding Voltron thing where anything I asked code-wise, this guy can do in a matter of like 30 seconds. It really doesn't matter what it is. Like all of this stuff in object-oriented coding and all of that fancy pants stuff that the corporate guys do, he knows that inside and out. It doesn't even slow him down. To the point where it can go completely out of his normal area and he'll still be able to do it. I remember one particular thing where we did a Minecraft plugin called Experimental Geography. And we started out by pitching ideas in a long drive down to Pennsylvania. No, I still have never figured out what huge is. Do your worst. Experiment with it and see what you think it is. But in this Minecraft plugin, and it exists, it's literally on my GitHub, so if you can get it up and running, you can try it and see, was about why don't we have a Minecraft world literally filled with like a city with walls and tunnels and buildings and things. And then it was like, well, no, wait, why don't we make it underground? That should work even better because it's less hard to build the things. You just cut an empty space. And he had to consider the idea of there are an infinite number of regions. How do you do random offsets within these regions? Well, you start with coordinates and you do the thing that I do with some of my coding where you build a pseudo-random number out of that. So can we do something that is predictable that way? Why, yes, we certainly can. And so we did that. And then can we place a room, which is empty blocks, in something like that? And he was like, oh yeah, easy. Just do this little for next loop and bada boom, bada bing. Then there's caves. How do you connect two different places like that, one of which you might not have actually loaded, in that the chunk might not be there, with a hallway or tunnel or something, especially since these rooms can be at different heights? Well, he was basically like, oh, well, that's pretty simple. Along the line, the way this guy works, he was kind of like, I don't know why you'd want to do that, but if you wanted to do that, it would do this and this and this and this. And it was like 2 seconds of work for him to code that thing, but he didn't know what it was for. Well, we found out what it was for because we reached Pennsylvania to visit my parents. And again, this is the same guy who refused to see my parents or visit my mom for like, I don't know, 8, 10 years. But he ended up willing to do that because he wanted to try to make connections, much like he's trying to do now, honestly, in fairness. And within like 2-3 hours, we had the plugin up and running. Up to including being able to like place a chest with treasure in all the rooms, or place monster spawners, so some of the rooms were very dangerous. Have that based on what the, because biome type was available, so it would all be based on biome type as well, and it would be like basic, ordinary, boring biomes like woods, or whatever, river, prairie, were boring and normal. And then really weird avant-garde biomes like cherry forest or whatever, which didn't exist at the time. Those were buried deeper, and the network of tunnels was crazier. And there were more scary monster spawners or stacks of monster spawners with like a diamond block or a special chest at the bottom of the monster spawners. And we had all of that up and running within like 3 hours. But then this is also the guy where I have that counterpart program, which is a Unity game engine thing. And that's the one where I had to finish it on my own because he was like, I'm not going to work on this. It's nothing, and you don't appear to be thinking in any way, so I wash my hands of it and you. So I had to go off and make it work. And I made it work, and he still didn't like it, but he was kind of floored by... I think there's even video of... Let me take a moment. Drag a tab out. I do not have a version of this up and running, but we can go here. Maybe in categorized, or I can simply search YouTube directly for it. I guess it didn't end up on that after all. So we'll go here and we'll search for what it was here. It was much longer ago, so we'll go way back. Clearly we have many experimental plugins, eh? But it was older than that. Yeah, you go through my channel and you find all manner of stuff. Look, that's me using LUTs in OBS to do freaky effects. Yeah, that is actually not working. Oh, look, they did the James Bond version of yellow deserts and Mexico being yellow. Okay, so let me see whether... Ah, okay, so it was on the Apple Drinks page, that's all.
Beneath these seemingly innocent Minecraft cows and sheep lies
it's young me.
Experimental geography. Log onto a server.
So 1 minute promo looks like this.
Mod and dig down into a world of danger and exploration.
Looks like
Make
this.
your way through endless caverns from simple biomes to the strange and the bizarre. This is your world now.
I gave up on trailer voice.
Glorious loot.
This is me doing trailer voice.
Hideous danger. Experimental geography awaits.
It's actually a pretty good trailer voice.
To you by brothersjohnsongames.com.
That was a real website once. That was a naturally generating biome. There was a TNT biome. Yeah, so there you go. I wonder if I can search for gameplay of that, because this is also me. Nope. Nope, apparently there was not. That's 10 years ago. Yeah. So there's a thing. Look, there's even music of mine there. And I don't think I ever did Snowball Madness and Experimental Geography at the same time, so I guess there is nothing further to be seen there. But yeah. And that worked out basically the way that it usually did, in that although it was not easy traveling with this brother of mine. Like, he was very fussed about having lunch and eating out together. And I grew up with some traumas around that kind of stuff, to where I had literal PTSD that I had to do special therapy to help with around being around people eating. And I still typically don't, for the most part. And, well, regardless of any of that, we were able to combine to make that mod, and the guts of it was done in a matter of like 3 hours of coding, of which a fair bit of it, like, even though it was coding and building things in Java, and I didn't really program in Java, but all the same, for that particular one, I was able to pitch ideas of, oh no, I see what we should do. Why don't you do this? And he'd be like, I don't understand why you suggested that. And at the time, was willing to try it, and then it would work. And he'd be like, why did you suggest that? How did you get there? I'm like, well, it worked, didn't it? And there you go. It's the very step-by-step, rigorous constructing everything from primary axioms brain, confronted with the not really very much good at the axioms and sorting everything out, but wildly associative brain, which would be that's how Chris from Airwindows works. And it's a very effective combination, but it was very difficult for me to do because the family stuff came up. But yeah, now you have seen that, and what we're going to do is I'm working on Into the Matrix, and it is now available for anybody who can find their way to my GitHub. You can download it, learn to build it, and then you'll be able to run the program just like this. Okay, didn't respond that time. Come on. Am I going to have to restart you? Yeah, it doesn't want to answer. Okay, we will simply restart Godot. This is where programming gets tricky, because sometimes the program basically quits on you and doesn't want to work. But when you restart it, as I will now do, you get an end result that works. If I'm lucky, it's still in the same place that it was. I'll have to refer to the screen. Yeah, it looks like it's the same window size and place. But yeah, we'll get to build this, and you'll get to run it. And this is a 5x5 matrix, which was my previous best, We do not currently have an example of a working 6x6 matrix, even on my primary computer that we're streaming from. Currently, it's still only on the Antique laptop, the 6x6 stuff, but it runs and works. And that's what I was showing you earlier. In the README for Into the Matrix, I did my level best at explaining what all of this stuff actually is, knowing that I will probably move beyond it very quickly, and none of my README stuff is really going to be up to speed, but it's fine. It was a start. So I explained what the green stuff means, what the red stuff in the top corner means and why it's there, how I'm using all of those things as a fitness function for reverb qualities. And then lastly, that would be how I got from like this is a 5x5 house order matrix. I'm pretty sure it's a 5x5. Or like this. Or we'll go even smaller for even more annoying ones. All with different fitness functions. I saved all these FLACs, and I think I might even have the information by which I got there. Here's a tiny one. So it's a really bad shoebox. And if there is, yeah, see, there was millions. So the only change here is using different numbers. And how I arrive at the numbers is what we're doing here. So assigning these numbers, and as you can see, these are not actually all prime numbers, but they could be, but they don't have to be. You can have the exact sounds that we just heard, which are not very impressive, should you want them. And we've been through all of these different changes, including this, which is basically like looking to make another variation on cloud code, but call it Garden. I believe these are 4x4 matrices. And you can hear how this is not good. This is kind of no bueno. It sounds very metallic, it sounds very bad and fake. But then when I moved into, like here's step 2 slew, I can find out fairly quickly if this is a 5x5. The Garden was all 4x4s, and I've really kind of gone off of that. I don't feel like I'm able to make it be very good, unfortunately. I wanted to have a set of 4x4 matrices for people to be able to plug into their existing 4x4 code if they needed to. These are all 5x5s. You can hear the brightness of the 5x5 kind of splashing around there, especially if we pick one that doesn't actually register that green dot. The green dot means it's one of the darker ones. So we can go to, let's see, this one. And the highs are splashing around a little bit more because it doesn't have the green dot, whereas that's a little darker. And it's a different evaluation system and a different plugin giving me the results, but I set them up so that they would all generate this RGBP stuff for measuring them based on whether they're better or worse in various ways. That one very little decay. And it's all 5x5s. And then we moved onwards to the 6x6s, which sound much bigger in their larger sizes. And you can still get a kind of clangy quality going on. It's just that we have many more reverb returns now. And then the current ones are using some of the stuff that I'm trying to work with. So a similarly small room like that, it keeps sounding different each time because I'm changing so many things about it. But this is actually a very deep reverb, but it's a very small room. And it's doing a pretty good job of sounding acoustically distant. But you can hear the guitar there and go, well, there's reverb here, but it does not sound the same as, say, let's pick one of these awful ones, but the largest possible awful one. See, it's a much inferior reverb, but you can barely hear the guitar over the reverb, rather than it blending in. And then the reverb tail sounds pretty terrible. That's what we're here to work on. We're currently in this zone. Oh, by the way, I've also got examples of all of these different things. Like, here's what plate 240 sounded like as just being evaluated. And I think I even generated, I generated a Galactic. Galactic's made of this. Galactic 2 changed and is made of this. And they're all just titanic. It's just getting the size through just sheer overkill. It's just a giant pile of delays. There's a certain metallic-y quality, whereas if we go to K-Cosmos, that acts more like a reverb rather than artificial infinite space. So K-Cosmos is made out of this. It's just capable of extending forever. And it's one of my better 5x5s. But then again, when we go on to the 6x6s, here's a giant 6x6. So it's just darker, it's just more distant than even K-Cosmos. And because it's so huge, there's a certain slapbacky, echoey thing going on there. But mostly it's smoothing things out more effectively. Like here is something that's also a 6x6, but it's a lot smaller than the previous one. So it merges with the dry signal a little bit more, because you do have the giant delay between dry and the first sound. But it's still bigger than, for instance, Well, let's go and find out. K Cosmos. K Cosmos is a 1538. That relates to like roughly the number of seats in the hall, I think that it is. And it's basically just a measurement of how many milliseconds between the first delay and the last delay, and roughly how big it is. So it's a 1538, and then if we go to our early 6x6s, I've got pretty close to that. And yet it sounds very different. And that's because it's a different reverb matrix. So there's an order of magnitude more reverb returns than in the previous one. But if you make them be infinite sustain, then they all wind up having the same decay time anyway. So that'd be like your future K-Cosmos, unless you wanted an even larger one, or unless you wanted to build it out of an even smaller size and just stretch out the sustain, which would make it not having as much of a delay between the dry sound and the onset of the reverbs. You can also hear how they sort of swell up and die out. I wonder which one it was. One of the K cathedrals, if I remember correctly, made people say, "This sounds like a slapback echo is in here. Please make it stop." And of course I couldn't, because it's just a phenomenon of the algorithm. It's not this one. Probably not that one. That has a bit of a flutter echoey quality. I'm sure I can do better. It's the original K Guitar Hall. Could do with a numbered update to that. But yeah, 347. If I was doing that with the current techniques, here's a 360. We'd be able to make the Guitar Hall sound like this. So that's a pretty big loud sound right there. Anyways, can we still... Oh, does this die when I wander away from it for a while? That's weird. What's up with that? Well, there's a shortcut to this. So if I hit Command B, it will in fact build. And that would run. At that point, can I click it and make it work? No, apparently I cannot. Well, that's just maybe. So where we left off, and I'm okay with just talking around all of this stuff, because like doing a live stream is largely about talking rather than me sitting there silently and thinking up new things. So where we left off, I was looking at this calculation. So this is part of calculating out the green channel of the end result. And what I had said was, hey, I could probably make all of this run faster by doing less within this like 6-layer loop. Because I've got a bunch of these. In all of these different ones, we've got like search for. See, that's a 4-layer loop. There are small changes in detail there, but on the whole, that's basically just what they are. Is we always do this, we do it twice, once from each direction. That populates the green section, at which point we do these things on the end result of the green section. And the first thing that we're doing is something that I thought maybe I can improve. And I'm going to tell you how that would work. Currently, we're measuring delays t. That's the green section of the output. We are measuring how long we can run along without there being any data in delays t. Now that's, again, the green channel. Oh, look, now we can run it. Fine. So I have to switch around among the GD scripts. So when I do something like, for instance, oh no, I'll do actually a smaller one. I'll do the 200. It'd be a little easier to see what I'm talking about. So we can do this, right? So the black area are spaces where delays t is 0. The green area is when delays t is a larger number, perhaps a very large number, like in the middle here. Perhaps when it's a very dim number, it means few of the delays landed on that point at all. And we're measuring how long it can run between black areas. And if there are successive green areas with no black areas in between, it kind of, for the moment, just skips at that. So it turns out these red indicators here that are being generated, it's spacings 0 run. We first iterate through to measure what all of those are. And 0 run gets incremented that way. And then when it stops, we set up spacings. But what's happening when we get to this middle section there, it's basically like, okay, no 0 run, it's never 0, so we're just going from here to here and never counting anything. It doesn't show up in the meter, it's not counting any of those things. All it's doing is measuring the spacings between the gaps. I am wondering whether I can also measure the spacings between the runs of green and whether that actually will matter. And that's worth thinking about. Also, we appear to be increasing spacings along like square root 0 run. What that means is the end result gets multiplied by a number which can be larger or smaller, but it's being scaled as it goes. So there's another thought, like, how does this affect things? I think I'm also going to lay off on the overdoses of coffee today. Some of the stuff that's been going on, such as on the one hand, the family stuff, and on the other hand, the fact that I had to deal with firewood getting delivered. And that's great. I love the idea that I have firewood for the winter. I'm going to have another load delivered before the end of June, if I'm not mistaken. But it does disrupt my day. And one of the things that I've been studying recently is this little guy. This is the autism wheel. Because autism is not a spectrum, autism is apparently a roulette wheel where you can win or lose. Seriously, though, this has various qualities, which are autistic-style qualities, and you can rate higher or lower on them. As you see, I rate fairly high in a goodly number of those. I rate very low on some of the more like low-functioning autistic things, such as stimming and meltdowns. And that's partly because of very difficult upbringing and the fact that that is, like, meltdowns was not going to be allowed. I have had that in my history before, but I was more or less compelled to never have meltdowns, and I've carried that into adult life and have no desire to worry about that. Weirdly, eye contact, you might think I'm making eye contact, but I have a little mirror behind the camera. If you do YouTubing, consider that. Like, you might want to put a screen or simply a mirror so that as you look at the camera, your eyes show up, and that tends to hold your attention, and that'll make it more easy to do YouTubing. Social issues I rate very high, but the things that I rate highest on are need for routine. Again, this is taco day, so there will be tacos, and they will be exactly the same as all the other tacos I ever make, and I thrive on that stuff. So when I have like a firewood delivery, great to have the firewood. I basically lose a whole day to being like, time to get the firewood. Do I have the check ready for paying the people? Waiting for the firewood, and it's just a complete mess. And the other thing is restricted interests, and that's basically, Airwindows is basically that. This thrives off of the fact that I've never let go of the stuff that I'm interested in doing. So yeah, the question I'm looking at here, looking at this screen and looking at this test version of the program, by the way, if anybody is able to go and get Godot and download it and build this and run it alongside me, let me know, because that would be very cool. I assume it's possible to do. I assume I can simply upload that. Yeah. Well, good going, Calpus. That's one of the things I am going to have to consider, to the extent of, because I've tried dating before, which is more than the brother I mentioned has successfully done to my knowledge. But yeah, the dealing with the social interactions of getting disrupted and not being just a maniacal robot who has to have everything the same. Maintaining a relationship means having some flexibility around that stuff, or at least articulating what your needs are in such a way that they can be met. Oh, well, thank you, Tweetnin. Tweetnin is going to try building the thing and running it. And being able to go through a little thing like this and go, okay, this is the autism wheel, and which of these things do I relate to as far as they run my life? And I'm happy to say I don't have meltdowns as a common thing. Sensory doesn't really bother me all that much, although I'm still a habitual earplug user. But I have to understand, if the need for routine thing is super, super, super high, I need to understand that I have needs along those lines before trying to get involved with somebody, because then I can articulate my needs and adapt to if they can't fully be met. Otherwise, I'll just get pissy and grumpy, and that stuff doesn't work. So better self-understanding is always a big help as far as managing a relationship. And if I was dating somebody who was also autistic and they had these understandings, and like maybe they were way better at not having restricted interests, but they were completely and totally off the charts in terms of, like, I'm quite high in anxiety, and that's one of the reasons I have Airwindows, is that I can distract myself with it. But then supposing they are like incredibly bad at sensory issues, well, then that becomes something where I might not be as troubled by that. But if I was to be a good partner, I'd have to understand that my partner had super high problems with sensory issues, and it would just become part of my routine to watch out for them, try to take care and make sure that I wasn't contributing sensory issues that were needless, or taking for granted the fact that I can get away with a certain amount of not being troubled by sensory. Like, for instance, I can easily imagine somebody not being able to come into the room where I'm currently live streaming because I have all these bright lights. In fact, I forgot one. I have a light that hangs out, literally a tiny ring light around my camera, which I normally remember to turn on. But in this case, I was so busy doing this that I didn't. So here's the thing. Where I left off in running my train of thought is this zero run stuff. And I honestly wonder whether there is usefulness in this or a way of improving it. I previously had the blue channel assigned to reversals of loudness. But currently, this one that is essentially measuring brightness. But it's measuring brightness exclusively by measuring how long things are quieter versus louder and what spacing is between those things. And it's tracking literally and only silences. And in these really big, like, I'll run this again and I'll show you. Notice how we have the this thing. Well, supposing I try to generate a reverb thing, except for it's a 4x4 reverb network, not a 6x6. We heard some of those. They sounded very fake and metallic. That's because there are not that many of the echo returns. And so we can run this, but looky there. Now everything has lots of space in between it. Meaning that the little tiny section up here at the top, tell you what, let me run that over again and do something else. So there was an enormous amount of space in that at 2000, so I'll dial it down to 1000, be a little easier to see the red part. And we're going to not count anything other than the naturalness, spacing, and evenness. What this should do, if I understand this correctly, is it should try to make the reverb returns I'm generating be evaluated only by how well it makes a series of different spacings between these points, and they're all different amounts, meaning there should be a wide red bar up at the top when it successfully gets to where it's going. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to. Very possibly it'll struggle and not be very good at this, but one thing I was hoping to see more out of this, which is not currently happening, but it's now evaluating things only with regard to interdelay spacing and using all of, maybe I should make it an even smaller room. There's bound to be a way of doing this and demonstrating what I'm trying to demonstrate. We'll just do literally just only a 200-seater, or even smaller, a 100-seater, because the 4x4 matrix has a lot of space between the delays. It'll probably, yep, it ran. So now what we're looking at is a chart where it's going to try to establish, maybe I can even push that farther. See, one of the problems I've run into with this, and I'm not sure that this is in play on the 4x4 calculation, I think maybe I only have it in the 6x6, is that it's not able to continue generating new ones. Instead, it kind of gets stuck on the first one and hits. And so that's not working right. And I can there's a way that I can avoid having it do that. And we're going to try that out and see what we get. And what the hey, we'll have the 200-seater. So if G is at full crank, all of the scores are going to be higher. Then as I lower it, it will force all of the scores to become lower and lower, meaning we'll see more options, and the red metric is going to predominate more and more as it goes. So we can start it like this. And it's trying to have the G channel working well. And see, it's finding a series of new things. But as I continue to drop this, it will tend to force a new best every time. See, every time I touch it, it's recalculating because I am feeding less of the G channel into the fitness function. And the fitness function is just looking for the lowest number so far. So if I feed less of the G channel in bit by bit, that will always cause it to generate a new one as long as I drop it by enough. See, there we go. And as we continue to go, we start to see that the R function is showing up more. Now, what does that do? We're trying to make a sort of horizontal block of red lines there. Each of those represent a different spacing. It might be drawing them darker. I'm not entirely sure why I'm not seeing a wider block of that, but it's kind of a wider block. And then like the spacings between these two returns or these two returns are supposed to show up as something. See, that's a slightly wider. And my hope was I could force it to do a really wide block of red pixels up there, demonstrating that it had, oh, see, there's a slightly dimmer one there, demonstrating that we had a really wide assortment of delay lengths. In fact, maybe I can actually tweak this a bit. Let's force it to show all of the numbers. This is the sort of thing that you might do. See, it is doing something here because this looks very weirdly spread out and stuff. Look, that one, we've got these enormous gaps between here, which is probably because some of our numbers are super duper weird. But that's it trying to do its fitness function. If I make it draw properly, what's going to happen is every one of the gaps here will show up as a red dot, no matter how far over it will. And that's probably worth doing because it's hiding information here. Let's bail out of there. I'm pretty sure it's the 4 I was doing, but if this works, I'll apply this everywhere. Voila. So that stuff is basically going by, don't need to go as hard as all that. See, what's causing it to be darker is it's 256 minus, and I'm not really sure why I don't have a parenthesis in there, but apparently I don't. Spacing's T, meaning if it's a very large number, it'll be a dimmer red. And you want maximum number of these, all of them as small as possible. Maximum number might be better expressed by let me play with this a little bit. See, it's being multiplied by, I think what's happening is we're doing 256 minus literally this. It's getting evaluated first. So there's an enormous minus involved here. If we don't do that thing, let's see what we get out of just straight up. It can be 0, but more likely than not, all of those will be showing up as very bright red spots. And if I'm correct, it'll show up when I run it and hit search for. And I've now decided that maybe that's what I want to see happen. And we will be able to see what leaning on this control here, which is maxed out, does. So let's see whether we have all kind of up. Beautiful. That's exactly what I thought I was going to see. See, now that I'm doing this, look at how much is visible in the information there. This is a definite upgrade. But what we're seeking is essentially the most representation of these. I agree that this is what I wanted to be doing. God, excuse me. So it's now trying to find a balance between these various measurements, but if we continue to push it in this direction, it's optimizing for the red stripe. And we get to take this fairly sparse distribution up to and including, there's a line there where one of the echo returns is really very short. And we're just continuing to force it to reevaluate, with its best possible result being something that follows this. So the end result we should be able to see from just pushing it as far as possible. Is this largest number of distinct spacings as shown by the red dots. Because this is a resized graphic, so that's technically a pixel. It's just been stretched vertically. And it'll do something like this. It is increasingly favoring results where the combination of these delay times is giving rise to every possible spacing between the delay times. And we're seeing it here. And there is two sort of darker red stripes in there, and the significance of that is those are spots where there's a bunch of spacings that persistently happen at those frequencies. A really good performance would be one where it's a uniform darkness red block from one end to the other. And everything is represented in terms of the spacings like that. We're now only caring about the R channel. We've got a spot over there, but we basically are leaning towards having the most solid block of every possible spacing between delay returns is represented. This will probably generate better sounding 4s, to be perfectly honest. That's probably going to generate better sounding 4s. Because the G-density stuff kind of doesn't. Although funnily enough, well, I'm still sorting out what that would even mean. But yeah, so this is how this works. Also, if we restore these, now our evaluations are all going to return much higher numbers because they are now including those parameters to evaluate, but we've already done the evaluation where those weren't included, and so it's impossible to reach this low score anymore. And that's how all that works. So what I had in mind, and I am honestly wondering whether maybe I'm not correct about the idea I had. Also, let me go through and make the change that I just made. See, 256 minus spacings t. We can see what it will look like in different ones. That'll be amusing. More being able to show graphics to people. Because it turns out I don't need all of that stuff of offering shadings. I more want to know what shows up at all. And changing it in this way, let's see, where was the, here it is. Changing it in this way from how I had it uploaded. Now all of those will do the same thing. Thing is, if we're running the 6x6, there's a lot of these that just end up being stacked on top of each other. But now at least we can see what all the spacings were. It's just that the spacing in the middle of all of this is a giant mass of just, there's always an echo return no matter what. I have not tried matrices with just cool numbers, but one could. If I make a version of this where you can type in the numbers and run them, then you could. You'd probably have to hack the program a little bit because I've gone away from using that. Ooh, for a moment there, that was showing a good score with regard to this. See, even though it's this very dense one, what's happening is, and it's showing different factors of brightness. When it's more cyan, that means the one on the bottom is running as kind of high. So what we're seeing here is during the period when it's working its way up to full density and like every possible sample has reverb stacked on top of it, and when it's working its way towards quietness again, the arrangement of the numbers has to end up with the widest possible range of spacings in the bits that are silences. So yeah, the thing I was thinking about is, what if I measured the distance between the run length of the areas, and can see how there could possibly be a use to that. The areas where there are samples, where there are reverb sounds coming in. Because, like, if you have a spacing which is like 4 samples in a row where there was no reverb return, and then there's a bunch of places where it's 4 samples in the row where there was no reverb return, well, that's all well and good. But what if you had 4 samples in a row, they were all reverb return, and then there's another silence? Should I count that as a 4 as well? And I can give you one very good reason why I should. If you had a pattern where there was a long stretch of 4 silences with no reverb return, 4 reverb return, 4 silences, 4 reverb return, 4 silences, that's a note. That's the definition of bad metallic sound that you don't want out of your reverb. Whereas if it wasn't keeping track of the runs of sound, then that could vary completely and be almost anything. And one interesting thing from doing it this way, like, that's the biggest gap that we can see in this 200-seater. Tell you what, let me run it again and see if we get this in any of the much larger reverbs. It seems like a plan, right? We'll do the 2000, and we'll see what it makes of a 6x6. And sure enough, it seems to be able to do it. I'm not sure whether it's going to wrap, or it may already be wrapping. And see, there's the dots way out there. That means long spaces where it's either dead silent or it's, because currently I'm not measuring long durations. In theory, if I do this in such a way that I'm running an incredibly dense reverb, what will happen is we'll run something like this. I'm liking some of the looks of this, though. This is a good update in terms of what I wanted it to be able to do. If the spaces stop like around here, where the cursor is, come on, there we go. Start up at the beginning here. And then there are simply no gaps from that point to down here at the bottom corner where that also comes. So row after row after row after row of no space in here, it's completely dense with reverb. and I track the run for there being echo returns in there, what would happen is it would be tracking the length of that run, and we'd start to see one of these red dots showing up way down here in the middle of the green, representing a run of pixels from the beginning to the end that was just a huge long run. And maybe it's worth having that in there just to sort of help it do its thing. Because currently what's happening, see the way I do this? Oh, it just undid it again. Some of these settings, I'm certainly maximizing the red. Oh, see, have giant spacings, or one like that, for instance. I can put this back and then it won't be able to change it. There's no red dot over here because there is a early delay coming in quite soon, like perhaps as quickly as where this red dot sits is the duration of the space before you hit your first sound. And then also at the end of the reverb tail is doing the similar thing. Don't mind, I'm talking my way through the problem of these things. So that argues for the point of doing the spacings differently. And I've updated this, so now that is fine. But I gotta scroll up to the other place, past where we have these nested loops, because that's how we did the G. And over to here, here is the code where that works. So 0 run. Maybe I can simply double this up. Because these are two things. Let's see. There, 0 run and echo run. They're even both 4-letter words, so it looks nice. So here's our two things being evaluated. Spacings is getting incremented every time we hit one of the runs. I think we sort of neutralized this later, if I remember correctly. So having it become a much larger number isn't going to hurt anything. And here's my note referencing what I'm literally intending to do. So spacing's something. It's always going to be less than array size, because even if there was no entries in there, you could only increment it by yay much. It's only going to get to one of these if statements at a time. And we're only going to increment in one of two different ways. So let's see now. So 0 run gets incremented by brightness, first of all. and then multiplied by itself in a sort of neutralizing factor, except for it is going to skyrocket a little bit. Oh, and I'm doing that wrong. That's what it's supposed to do. So it has to kind of toggle back and forth between these two things. Oh, and I've made a typo. No worries, got there. So what then happens is anytime we are at zeros, anytime we're at silences, we are increasing. I'm just trying to sort out how this works. I mean, granted, I did it, but still. I'm assuming I'm going to want to do the inverse. So if we've hit a 0, we are now repeatedly adding whatever the most recent spacings was, because it's going to bounce back and forth between the two. Let's see what happens when I just mimic this. As they are inverses of each other. And we're going to find out what it does. May or may not need to do this stuff either. This has got something. I am misspelling things. I am making a giant mess, but you know what? I don't care. I'll do my best. So whatever this does, and I do not know if I need to do this adjusting. I don't think it cares, honestly. I'm not sure it actually cares. Although I will say this. It does end up having to apply most, and it applies it here. So what it's doing is it's going through the same thing. It's going through it here, loading up spacings with values. And let's see, one more of these. And if we're at 0, then echo run becomes 0. So now those are mirror images. And if it works, I can copy it over to the other ones. And then once we've done that stuff, as shown here, we go through again, and most plus equals the difference between those two. Well, that's interesting. Slew measuring. So slew between, I'm just trying to figure out how I'm gonna, oh wait, I think I know why it does that. Spacings minus spacings T2, what that basically means is if there are a bunch of, like whatever this is doing, it is giving rise to stuff that sounds more natural. What I'm looking to do, I think, here is it's going to try to figure out, in doing this, because we'll be looking at spacings. In fact, I can run it right now and we'll see a different behavior out of it. But then it's adding spacings to most in a peculiar way, and I want to figure out why it's doing that and what that does. And we're on 200 seats, so perhaps that's not that desirable. But I'm already seeing one of the things I mentioned. Look at this here. If we do the spacings, what we see is probably this is the longest silence. This is the longest run of samples. This is the longest run of echo returns. It's all the way down here. So it kind of switches over to there and just goes. And we can maximize that. But so what's going on when we have the little block of red pixels in this algorithm as we have constructed it? Also, just for fun, let me run it on a much larger one, see what it does. If I am correct, what's going to happen is there's more space, and that'll make a different result. Here off we go. And sure enough, sometimes there's a red dot in the middle of the green there, meaning that there's a long run of unbroken audio coming out of it. And then sometimes there's other long runs in different places. But now we are tracking both of those things. And the assumption there is that whether it's a run of silences or a run of samples, we probably, and this is interesting, looks like there's a lot of space in there. There are repeatedly little gaps, meaning that my most extreme red dot is either turning it into pure white, and so I'm not spotting it that way, or there's enough space inside this algorithm that there's a lot of free dots in there. And then back to long stretch there, long stretch there. Sure enough. I feel like this is leaning in a good direction. For right now, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to put this aside and maybe mold it over a little bit, because we are seeing some interesting results. We're seeing long stretches of silence, also long stretches of pixels in this particular measurement, as I throw away all the other evaluation factors and care only about what's going on in this red line. Then we're doing the fitness function, and it is causing these results to happen. It's optimizing something, but I don't know what that particular optimizing is. Only that it will have a sound. Whatever it is that we're optimizing for, it will be some kind of identifiable sound. It's an enormous pain in the butt to determine what that actually is going to mean. Because I have to go over to the old computer. I don't have a test bed handy. Yeah, see that one? Yeah. Oh, have you got it working? Cool. Now, if you can get a reverb built with whatever it is you just generated, I'll be even more super impressed. But you won't be able to do it with the 6x6s because I don't have anything publicly available for that. Yeah, and bear in mind, Tweetin', and what's going on is constantly changing. So it's basically just for you to be able to play with, and it's also a test bed where if you came up with your own ideas of what might make a reverb be good, you could use this as a basis for starting to explore that. Because I'll have a lot of different ways of measuring things. Like right now, we have just added to this the concept that not only should there be spacings between silences in a densely piled bunch of reverb. Ooh, also, let me quit out of there again. but also there should be spacings between the runs of continuous sound, and that should also follow the same rule. So that looks pretty good, although what I'm going to do right now is fire up stream audio, and I'm going to go and use the facilities and rinse out my coffee cup. I'm not going to make another cup of coffee because it's already getting close to 2 o'clock, but I'll do something what would be nice to do. Oh, I'll fire up first Looper Jam. And we'll run it through a meter. Yeah, again, this is the music that I made using Audio Damage Circa, which a guy in my hometown did the graphics for. For what that's worth, because maybe this is not good music, but it'll hold you for now. Or maybe I should apply processing. No, it will be too much trouble. Anyways, I shall be back and we'll do more of the reverb stuff. So thanks for your patience. It took me a while. I think it looped entirely. Well, no, I guess it didn't. I don't think it literally took more than 20 minutes just then. Oh, it took more than 5. Anyways, enough with that. You think? Surely not. Goodness, no. Those aren't errors. Those are conversions. So theoretically, I could go through and probably type in whatever I need to type in. Like I could have room size not be a float. That would probably help. But then I don't get to do as many changes with it. But yeah, that's what's causing that. So let's see where we were at. I did this, and it's worth keeping. And also, having stepped away for a moment, I'm pretty sure what this is about now. So what's happening is most never gets updated by what directly goes into spacings. But every step of the way, I am trying to track how much of a difference there is between each value of spacing. So if there's a lot of silence, there's a lot of space in there, that doesn't actually become a change. And if there's a bunch of entries in spacings, like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, etc., and they're all the same, that's also going to end up with a low score because most will not be incremented by a large amount. And then it's all multiplied by I just read because that's how much of this you let into the final score. I do have a specific thing in mind regarding being able to show things a little better, but just for the moment, maybe I'm not going to deal with that. Tempted though I may be, because I'll be skipping ahead. I haven't applied this change to all of the different measurements yet. And that's worth doing, so we're going to do that right now. Between spacings fill and the comment. Not there. We're there, but here. Between spacings fill and the comment. Oh, slow down. I have to check and make sure that my numbers are right. It has to go from range 3, but everything else is the same. And I can do that now that I know. If I don't do that, it won't give me any results. Between spacings, let's go back up here to where it is. Here we go. To the comment. This is even numbers, so that goes from range 2. And still is. And then here is one final example. Between spacings and the comment below. Replace that. That's going to make no sense whatsoever, but it's fine for the 3x3. And it has to be int in range 3 or it will not give me a result. So we paste it in and we update that one number. And these should all work now. So what's a 200-seater in a 4x4 look like now? Well, that's going to have very few runs of, like this little line here might constitute a run of samples that are all delay returns. But in a 4x4 matrix, you simply do not have enough return samples to constitute much in the way of a result. Also, weirdly, I just did that, and oh, I think I know why it just did that and it didn't do a change. But now it has. So yeah, we don't have enough things in a line to change things appreciably this way. Although we do get to look at the red line and identify that correctly as what it means. However, if I go to the 5x5, I think it'll be a different kettle of fish. Don't worry about that, because half the time I'm losing track of what I'm trying to do. At which point it's more like, okay, so am I talking in a soothing voice in such a way that people enjoy hanging out with me virtually? Something I do with people quite often. In particular, I'm very fond of Loading Ready Run for that. It's a Canadian comedy troupe. And they do lots of game playing and board game playing and stuff like that. And it's nice to have on, because it's this group of nice people talking with each other or joking and laughing or whatever. There's one of their shows I'm super interested in. Loading Ready Run has a show called Talking Simulator, which is Cameron Lauder and Corey, whose last name I don't remember off the top of my head. But Cameron and Corey play these video games, but they have this funny way of starting up their show. They have this real tendency. Let's see if we can magnify this effect. Boop. So now we're just going to force a high score out of the red channel. So the way Talking Simulator often likes to start is they'll be on camera with their mics on. They'll start and just sit there in dead air, because apparently it's happened a number of times. People commented on it and they started doing it on purpose and it stuck. So Talking Simulator likes to start up with Cameron and Corey just sitting there on camera, like, or they could be looking at the camera, or they could be looking at their phones or something like that, and it'll just start with silence and nothing happening. And then they try to come up with something funny to start talking, or they don't, or whatever. And then they'll typically run for like 5 to 30 minutes just having a conversation before even starting to play the video game that they're doing that day. And man, it's fascinating. Like, they get talking about all manner of stuff. So in other words, I completely sympathize. You don't have to keep track of this. Again, like I said, half the time I haven't kept track of it. And isn't this interesting looking? We're doing the spacing and maximizing it. And here is a really extended patch of spacings of various kinds, either spacings of the silences or spacings of the runs of samples. And then this is the longest one, meaning that even in the middle of all of this, there are moments of silence. That's kind of interesting. And even more so here. Doing it this way, we have this quality where the reverb tail we've just generated, which is a 5x5, is so even in character that even in the middle of when it's most loud, there's spaces, there's little moments of quietness. And how interesting is it with that it now behaves very differently on the same control, which presumably will also go towards generating a different kind of reverb sound out of that parameter. and maximizing that parameter. And I won't know yet what that means. But this small change of doing both zero run and an echo run has given me a different output, a different thing for the algorithm to favor, which is going to be a related kind of sound, but perhaps a different kind of sound all the same. Ideally, it has magnified the effect it was already having, where you allowed this factor to contribute to the score, and it made stuff sound more natural. We're doing that again now, and it's trying to do the maximum runs with the fewest changes in amplitude between these spaces, and having the widest distribution of differentness involved, rather than having a bunch of stuff that's pretty much all the same. Like look at what it shows on the screen. We've got a dim green pair of dots here, and then we've got a dim green pair of dots here. And if it was all made up of that, here's another one, then it would be all the same spacings. But it's technically not. Like that's happening in a couple of places, but then it quickly becomes something else. And if this measurement method is working, it's going to give me a result where what this contributes to the sound gets to be isolated and maximized. So there's a number of things I need to do going forwards with this. Like this is good. I've got this implemented. One of the things that might involve me looking up stuff on the internet is, remember how we've got this here? And these are all being marked as ZZ, ZZ, ZZ. That's the same as having those sliders cranked up all the way. But what I would like to do is have those be text fields in which you type letters. And maybe I can just read the freaking text fields directly to produce this. And then those letters get translated into a 0 to 1 number, where A is 0 and Z is 1. And that gives you a certain amount of adjustability, slightly more than just using a digit. Besides, I like having those be letters because they're settings, and the numbers are being room sizes. So I don't want to just have a long string. Plus the end of the output of it is also giving a date. So there tend to be a lot of letters, numbers floating around there. I want there to be letters in there too. So I'm warming to the idea of the letter control in there. Let's see if we can make that work. Let's see what we have to do in order to make that work. How about let's run it again and then quit and see if we're any happier at being able to use the interface or not. We're struggling a bit, clearly. So the blue arrow up here turned white. That does in fact mean that I can use this now. Godot Engine is a thing built in Godot as well, so it might be churning and struggling and trying to figure out what to do. Here's all of our settings. Various other things sitting around. I don't think iterations label actually does anything here. Or pre-score save, because what happens is this. Although we can find out, want to take a moment and find out whether these things do anything? Let's sit them on top of this screen. Oh, wait, I have to move you to the front. Let's see how we can do that. There. Now, if we run it, those are showing up on top of everything, and we can find out whether they change. Signs point to those are simply labels and they don't change or do anything. That's fine. Because if they don't change or do anything, I can simply delete them and make this program just the tiniest bit simpler. There's plenty of other stuff that I can't delete. But there it is. Delete. It does not have any children, so that doesn't matter. If it did, however, it would be deleting those things too. And let's see if we still run or if there's a problem. No, we could. So of the things I'm wanting to do before the day is out, I want to change these sliders to be text boxes where you can enter a single letter. Might need to force it to be a single letter, but this is how I proceed. This is how I propose to do a rather good adjustment in here. The other thing I wanted to do, besides taking these and replacing them with a pair of text boxes, let's see if I can bring it to mind. Because you know there are so many things I want to do with all of this. Is another visual thing. I should be able to, making some more variables and doing things with them, I should be able to measure how much of an effect the G-score has, how much of an effect the R-score has, how much of an effect the B-score has, and draw them as a series of colored bands across the bottom of this window, showing me what proportion of each thing is in play. So for instance, if I did this, at that point I'd be able to generate new things, and it will be updating the score, which it's currently not doing, so that's ominous. If removing those has had so little effect, what it means is that they're not really doing much yet. And that's fine, but that's kind of what I'm looking to do, is if each of these factors is adding an equal amount to the value that I'm calling most, that is my score value, then changing any one of them will alter the sound. On the other hand, if this G number is so astronomically high that changing the R and the B settings does nothing, much like this right here, then it will show a solid band of green as that meter's measurement. And that'll tell me something very useful. So what I have to do is measure these numbers and what the total output value is. And that will in fact be most, if I'm not mistaken. Aping sounds. And then I make the whole thing, I'll measure both what is in most, being the total amount, and also keep a track of what proportion of that is red, what proportion of that is green, what proportion of that is blue, and do the horizontal bar of each of those things as a line. I mean, it would be just consider it to be like a pie chart. I need to see how much of each of these things there is. It just has to be handled in a slightly different way. And who boy is it proud of that score, I tell you. Although, I can quickly bump it into a different score simply by, if I simply lower all of these together, it'll force new output. It'll do that immediately as soon as I drop this. He says, as nothing new happens. Come on. I didn't do enough. How about this? This is contributing to the score. I'm just a little puzzled as to why it's not kicking in. Once I've actually programmed the text boxes to be able to type in a letter, that will end up being type in a new letter and you change the thing. And I should be able to, so this is interesting. Okay, we're going to click over here. That will drop G to a tiny proportion of what it used to be, at which point it should update. That won't actually be changing the behavior. We're just setting a different bar for what's the new lowest possible score, like this. And sure enough, it immediately comes to life and new scores happen. Also, doing the same thing, if I now set G to a much higher value, it will simply stop and not give me any new updates, because this is all about adjusting this score value. And each of the parameters that I measure is being multiplied by a proportion for G, R, and B. And that's how much influence each of those things has on the score. But the end result of the score, lowest is always best. So if I turn them up all the way, the new score that it produces from all the new tries that it does is going to then be as high as possible, and so it's never going to be able to beat what this one was. And that's how that works. So let's see, which of these things shall we try first? Well, I went to look at the 2D view pretty much for the specific reason that I was going to change these. And I can start by moving them off screen, but keeping them in the same proportion. And interestingly, well, we look at that. They're not scaled from 0 to 1. They're scaled from 0 to 100. That's interesting. And then we've got all of these things kicking around here. Text edit 36. So if I make 6 more of these and start renaming them, I can start by duplicating it, because they don't have any scripts attached to them. They are just text surfaces, is all these are. Scrolling it around, and this is now a little text box that can be put wherever I want. I can type a letter into it. I can change the size of it, although I don't seem to get rid of that scroll bar. I wonder why. Let's not have a context menu or an emoji menu. See, all of these are basically little applications. I'd really like to have an editable text box that's not nearly as complicated as this, but you get what you get. I am kind of trying to figure out whether I can make it not have scroll bars, although perhaps multi-line. Do I have a multi-line option? Well, that one at least has a no wrap mode. It needs to be weirdly tall. If you squish it this way, it has tiny scroll bars in every direction that do nothing useful. I wonder if I can fiddle with the layout of it in such a way that it looks nicer. Fonts and font sizes. What happens if I do this? Neat. If we reset it, I'm not sure what that font size is, but it's the default. And now if I rename it, and then duplicate that, I should be able to do 6 of these, and maybe we can even change these somewhat. Let's have less words in here. See, I've got that set up so that it is stretching out quite a bit, but I don't have to. And let's make these all kind of match. This is very much the dinking around with just visuals at this stage, but that's fine too. Because if I do it right, then I can put these editable boxes. Oh, got a little carried away. Then do a little multi-selecting. Do a little scooching these things around in various ways. And I can put those editable boxes on either side. Because there is madness in my method, but there's also method in this madness. The idea is each of these parameters gets two different factors going on. It'll translate that into a 0 to 26 number, much like the original slider, which is still down here and being used, was a 0 to 100 number. It honestly doesn't matter very much what the number is, it's just the relative differences between the numbers. But that's across the board, whereas I can make this be starts with one number, and at the end of the reverb tail it's a different one. So we can start with it trying to, I may need to rename these two, but say the naturalness thing, where it's trying to have that effect. I can have it more sensitive to that at the beginning of the reverb tail and less sensitive to it at the end. Or anything like that, really. So let's do some duplicating. Should work. And very clever too. Now we have a stack of those. So what we do then is select one of them at a time. Holding down Shift lets me move it more aggressively. Is that working? No, it wasn't. Well, I can probably get it to work. Controls 2. Oh no, it's not. It's not working at all, is it? We have a lot of struggle in here. I bet if I click this, yeah, got there. All right, I just go about this a different way, that's all. I'm moving these manually to the places where they want to be. I know that one wants to be there. This one. So it's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6. That means this one goes over to here. And I'm using that little orange ball to align things. And this one goes down here. Number 3. And then this one is number 2, and it goes to the other side of that. So the way you have to use these I've got them stacked up nicely. I may want to write a quick little script that just makes it only be a capital letter, and a single capital letter at that. In fact, I think I have something similar to that sitting around in a script called seats. You finish your site trans? Cool. Cool, cool. See, we can do things like this. It's a little more complicated, but still. We can set probably the same. Anyway, we can write a script based off of TextEdit. And who's to say we can't do that right now from down here in the bottom corner, which you can't see, but I'm going to make it possible to see. I've got controls 1 selected, and it says script empty. Let me wait for a moment. Yep, no, it's visible. So what you do here is you click on that and go new script. It'll be GD script. It'll inherit TextEdit because that's the control that we're on. And the path will be that. But maybe what I'll do is I will make it be a general script, and I'm going to try to load it on each of these because it's going to be relative to the window that it was running. So let's give that a shot. Boom. Now I'm going to scooch this backwards just a moment while I replace that. Dun-dun-dun. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Over we go. There we are. There. Now you can mostly see stuff except for that my silly face and Clipper, the puppy, is in the way. But we can at least see that we have Controls GD. So we're going to look for a text edit function. Let's see what we can find out of things that are called within TextEdit. And it's probably going to show me if I start it. I'm looking for like text changed or something. I might need to go and look on the internet about that, because I'm feeling like this is not getting me there. However, maybe there's a way to do it. Class. Very good. So I'll be wanting to search help for this. It inherits control, canvas, atom, node, and object. So I'm looking for something that gets called when you change the text. So I don't suppose it's going to give me anything from doing that. I don't believe there's a function named that, but I'm going to be looking for a function on the internet. So I'm going for Godot text edit changed function. And this is literally what I'm looking to do. And they are not knowing how to do it. They're doing it in process. I want to be doing that. That's probably also not what I want. Labels don't have text change signals, but he's talking about a label. I'm not going to want that. I'm going to want the text edit field. So there's bound to be something like that. See, it'll be like, rather than func process, it'll be func text changed signal. So he says labels don't have text change signals. So we're looking for the word signal. Godot text edit change signal. And we have a Godot proposal observation. But we also have just straight up the Godot edit. So here's properties, and there's methods. These are the things that we can type in. Although maybe what we need to do is look for, methods are things you can do. I'm going to be looking for, this. I'm not entirely sure what gutter means here. I guess you just get to change the sizes of the boundaries around things. Text changed. Bingo. That's our puppy. I'm probably going to want to go back to this in a moment, but... And was it underscore? It sure was. Okay, so this goes from red, meaning there is no such thing. And I do still have to type the bingo. So now we have a function. In extended text edit, this gets run every time a new thing gets typed. Currently, they all say Z in them. So I'm thinking I'm going to want to would that work? Oh gosh, let's find out. What kind of properties do we have? It's a very sophisticated text editor, way more sophisticated than I need. But I guess you're running the Godot engine, so you're going to deal with the fact that it has a mini map and all manner of crazy stuff. So this should work. Also, I think it can be set. And it can be cleared. You can do all manner of text editing things way beyond what I'm going to want. So let's quickly put this out of the way. Oh, hi. Is the string not a variable? How is that? How can that be? I'm sure I'm using it somehow. Oh, capital string. That's all that was. Weirdly, it's still showing up. That should fix it. Oh, this is not declared in current scope. So how do we get access to that then? Self? You can find out. There we go. So we can read off of that. That is legit. And then the next thing we can do is go up. And now if we run this, controls 1 has a script on it. So if we change controls 2, nothing happens. But if we change controls 1, also nothing useful happens. Huh. Well, that's special in such a way that's not very special. What's failing here? Could it be showing up in the debugger? Oh, the local data is never declared but never used. That's fine. The rest of this is just conversion narrowing. That's weird, but probably not a problem. Okay, so if we can't do equals exclamation point, what can we do? We can count the number of letters in there. So presumably we've just set the string. That's fine. Erase is a thing. It's not saying I want, but it's a thing. So these can all be done. It's also not big enough, like the window isn't big enough. Here are some Boolean tests. Padding with zeros. Oh, hi. Maybe this is going to be helpful. Please give me some more hints as to how we do this. Okay, what string for what string? This is a search function. That's kind of silly. That's actually not what I want. That is literal text processing. So, woof. Well, let me quickly... So that's no bueno. Alrighty, well that runs. Let's see if it does what I thought it would do. On text changed, capitalize. It ain't working. This is controls 1, but it ain't working. Trying to figure out whether switching away from it does anything. Surely yours... Hang on. Hang the heck on. Could it be that I simply haven't connected the signals properly? One way to find out. Controls 1. Controls is selected. There's a script attached. This is the script. Presumably I can attach the other scripts and things too. I'm going to assume it's loaded because it's connected to script, but we're not doing anything because our signals are apparently not doing anything. So here's the deal. These are available signals, but they're not connected to anything yet. So here's how Godot works with this stuff. We've got signals coming from the fact that it's text edit. The fact that it's a control, meaning that I could do things when the cursor goes near things. The fact that it's a canvas item, meaning every time you redraw it, it does things. So on and so forth. But what's going on here is I need to connect text changed. Oh, it wants on text changed. Pff. So simply typing text changed in there didn't do anything. But apparently I get to literally use this one, even though it is... I was thinking, it was suggesting the receiver method would be called onTextChanged. I thought just typing that in would give me an automatic connection, which it did not. But I've now connected this, so let's see whether it now does a thing. Capital Z, lowercase r, except for, oh no, we're still not doing the thing, are we? Huh. Well, what's up with this? I'm supposed to be able to type something in here, and I will be able to read it, but I want to also be able to force it to be a capital letter and only a capital letter, which currently this is not. And I can spit all of these out in the printouts so that what the former one that reads as ZZ-ZZ-ZZ instead uses what we're typing in here, and then I can implement those functions to do what I want them to do. But line. Yeah, and then we've got this. This is another text thing. So we can type all manner of stuff in here, and it'll get replaced as soon as we run and get a result. Currently, none of this text stuff is doing a damn thing. Although we have, let's see whether we even get here. Print up. So if we even get to that point, what's going to happen is as I change this, it'll print out whatever I typed in this test area, and it did. So it's printing whatever lives in this at the time. What I'm going to be trying to do is change what that is. So at least I got that going on. Next, wrong thing there. See how this is the same? So I am not having any luck at making this thing work. However, oh, look, there's another thing called text set. Interesting. So we run that again. It's going to do much the same thing, but this time it's supposed to be capitalizing it all. I'm going to say that's a nope. This did nothing. Why? We're defining the variable. We can print the variable out to the console, but we can't do this. How about if we do this? Maybe we have to assign it. How about that? What about that? That might be the way you want to do it, or the way they want me to do it. Got there. Or not. So a lowercase this does indeed turn into an uppercase. Oh, I know. It's thinking about it in terms of words. That's ridiculous. So if I type a sentence in, which I totally do not want to do, it's capitalizing every word in the sentence. This is so sophisticated and so beyond what I even wanted to do. Wouldn't it be nice if they had a very simple ASCII text box that just acted normal? It's like that meme of the kid screaming in the backseat, and it's like, why can't you act normal? No, I don't want you to be Word. And yet it is. It's Word. It'll capitalize every thing in the sentence. It won't do simple ASCII-based operations. But that is at least a start. So, crop or shorten. Make small. Any change. Be tiny. Length. There we go. Oh no, that's going to return a number, isn't it? Sorry. I was wrong. That doesn't actually get us what we want anyhow, but L strip. Okay, so when we do L strip, is it going to show me anything here as far as... I think I have to type it. L strip. Oh, for heaven's sake. More it's being Word again. No, honey, what I was looking to do is strip the number of things in the string down to a smaller number of characters in the string. No, I'm frustrated enough with capitalize. It's too far away. So here's the thing, though. Gabriel, are you just making stuff up out of your own head, or are you actually reading it in here somewhere? Because this is what actually is here. The string variant type. So these are the things you can really do. I'm going to find out whether you're just making that up. PQRST. Technically, it is to upper, but let's give it a try. That's not the right thing. But this is. We'll be able to find out real quick. Please run. I asked you nicely. All right, lowercase. Perfect, worked. Thank you, Gabriel. I should not have doubted you. Mind you, I could still have doubted you. No problem there. But I need not have doubted you, except for you had the name of the thing wrong. But all things considered, that's exactly right. So a remaining thing is trim it to a number of characters. Also, I'm curious as to what it's going to do if we try to uppercase like a period or something. But there's a way of dealing with that as well. Yeah, 2 ASCII buffer is going to give me a buffer, and these 2 int and float things are translating large series of sequences into things. So this is all a little bit too sophisticated. Substring. Oh, trim prefix and trim suffix are looking for a string, so that's also no good. A lot of this is way more sophisticated than I need. And it's like, okay, I'm working with a sophisticated game engine. I should assume that they want to do all manner of text modulating in here. Ooh. Hi. Right or left, huh? I bet there's going to be a left. Left 1. Let's try that. And now we're going to have this be as editable as it is. Also, I wonder if you type something in without replacing the previous, do we get? Because I might actually want right under those circumstances. If we do this, we're still getting Z, and we're not replacing it yet either. However, see, I was assuming we want the leftmost thing, and if you were replacing it, then it would indeed be the leftmost thing. However, if we do data to upper right, and just select one of these somewhere, of course you could still be screwing it up by typing it to the left of it, but still. H, and then we're going to want to replace what's in the text buffer with that, at which point we'll immediately have what we're looking for. Only trouble is if you then click in the wrong place. Oh, and this one doesn't even have a script on it, so never mind. But what I'm saying is if you click in the wrong place and type it, then we don't get the new letter. Ideally, I'd like it so that if no matter where you place it, we're going to force it to be a single letter. It's going to be a letter if it's not a letter. And if the caret is in the beginning of it, then we use left, otherwise we use right. And there's probably a way of doing that too. But I feel like that would have to do with so ready, text changed, add caret, caret type, caret blank, caret change. I'm looking for a caret position or something like it. Gosh, this is sophisticated as anything. Prints. Quickly back to the text edit. A lot of stuff about selection modes here. A lot more than I want to see. Yeah, it's a full text thingy. So if I click on there, I will have added a caret. I don't know why you end up having multiple carets, but if I click on there, I will have added a caret. There's probably a second thing for being able to click into it. What I'm not seeing, probably because it is multiple carets, oof. Oof. Why would you have that? Oh dear. I'm assuming there's a single caret because I'm not going to let there be other than a single caret, and I'm assuming that there's going to be a number you clicked on, so that if I'm clicking in front of the letter that is the only thing that's in there, I'll be able to do an if statement and find out. Let's go back. Do not like this. Maybe column is get caret column. Okay, so let's do a little test here. There we are. If get caret column. So presumably 0. That's returning an int. Greater than 1. Oh, and I do need to put colons on all of these things, unfortunately. Okay, so now when the text has changed, I get to find out what the caret was, as well as whatever else is going on. So, clicked in here, and it is greater than 1. And then if we have it in this side, it's also registering as less. So let's see if we can make this work. So if we do this, we are depending upon which one we choose by where the caret is at. So let's see if it does the thing we wanted. Selected here, we're going to type a lowercase y and see if the thing down at the bottom shows me y or z. Very good. Now it's z again. Now it's nothing. If it's the only thing in there, that's as maybe. But the point of doing that, see, I could click on this side, and that's what one would normally do. However, if I clicked on this side, I don't want it to give me z. So let's type like an F and see if it shows F underneath. And that'd be a big fat nope. Regrettable. So what am I missing? I think I changed this. So maybe if get caret column is larger than 1, we use right, and if it's less than 1, we use left. Let's see if it still works for the easy case of z. That worked. And now let's see if it works for clicking to the other side of it. Lovely. So far, so good. Another if statement, I think. So I think back over to, I'm going to want to do some ASCII work in here. And that's challenging. I know I've looked this up before, I just don't remember what it is. String. Surely there's going to be ways of dealing with this. I do not care if it is an IP address. There's going to be one letter. That can't ever be an IP address. So many sophisticated things when I don't want it to be sophisticated at all. To ASCII buffer gives me a packed byte array. I'm not going to want that. I do not want a packed byte array. On the other hand, no, we don't have any comments on this after all. Fine. Nor do I want more than a single letter, so more searchage. Godot return ASCII number. Lovely. Godot 4.0, you can use this. The ASCII code. Why do we have, is there comments in this or something? Unicode at, that's probably it. Unicode at a however, this doesn't work for version 4. So let's use Unicode at. And let's so in theory, we still might not be assigning this back into the thing, but now it should be showing me a number. So if we had A, it is indeed showing me a number. Also, if it's blank, it's showing me a 0. And if it's any kind of letter, it's showing me a number of 65 to 90. So then I'm converging on the thing I need. So there's a Z. If I type in A, I get 0. If I type a Z, I get 25. So that's the thing I'm going to need to use. I would like to not have weird extraneous numbers in there. So now if I do this, A gives me 0. I have not replaced it though. I am now getting a negative 65 or a negative 33. I thought I was telling it not to do that. Don't like that. Oh, min. That's why. Silly me. However, not too silly to figure it out. Now we have zeros for all of this stuff, unless we have a letter, 5, 18, A, B is 1, C is 2, and so on and so forth. And then Z is 25, and now I'm trying to find ways of getting an inappropriately high number. Sure enough. So wavy line is actually 61. So that's not actually fatal, but it seems like a fine idea to safeguard against it. I'm not so worried about having extraneous values. As far as I'm concerned, if you want to go and type in that tilde for the things, I wanted to deliver the same thing as, like, if you are higher than Z, it reads as Z. If you are lower than A, it reads as A. So yeah, we're digging through all of this stuff and doing my level best with it. And in fact, I can probably convert those things. Let's see how that goes. Min 25. And char code returns with a letter. So now if we run this, it's forcing things to be a letter, but that's forcing things to be Z, or indeed Y, or so on and so forth. But what it says here is share code, and my codes are now all literally between 0 and 25. We subtracted 65 though, so now let's see what we get. We type A. It prints an A, but it's uppercase. We type E. Well, it prints an E. We type tilde. It gives me a Z. So the only thing remaining is to, rather than print it to the console, punch it back into the edit field again. But short of that, this will work. So let's see. Can we just refer to that directly, I wonder? The rest of that stuff doesn't matter. Can we do this? Would it work? Would it update? That's an uppercase E. Looking good. Lovely. And our tilde turns into Z. Nice. Got it there. So this is now the script we put into all of these little controls thingies. And as such, it will force them all to be whatever A to Z number you do, even if you type in something silly like 6s or 7s or tildes, space. No matter what it is, it's going to be a letter, and it's going to be one letter. And let's go in and connect all of these guys up too, which I have to first do in the inspector. Thank you. I think it'll work on all of these simultaneously. We'll find out. I'll load up all of the nodes first, and then I'll connect all the signals, because it needs both a node and a signal. Oh, quick load. I failed to see how that's so much quicker than anything else, but fine. It's very impressed with how quick it is. Boop. Compared to the incredibly slow Pokeload, which looks exactly the same to me. I'm not sure what you're going for there. Fine. I don't know why that was not a quick load. But lovely, works. And yeah, I mean, it's fun to be able to understand what's going on. So let's go over to the node section, and now we have a bunch of things to do, such as, theoretically, if I have this clicked, I can push this button, I do not have a... Yeah, I'm going to have to go in search of the correct thing. So let's cancel out of there, and maybe it can work easier if I right-click it from here. From signal text changed, connect to script. Well, I'm going to want a script rather than all these controls, so I'm a little confused. Filter nodes. There's the scripts. I'm trying to find the relevant script. How about pick? Is that going to help? Ah, attached script. So I do have a script attached, so it's going to go to this one, and I'm going to want text changed. So we should be good. Is it showing me that I've selected the relevant script rather than whatever is going on? I guess it thinks that script belongs to controls 1 now. That's the only thing I can imagine, is that it thinks that rather than being a new script, everybody is just connecting here, which is going to be fine, as long as the new connection... So here's where it can turn around and bite me. We can make this be A, or B, or C. However, when we do this, this is now connecting to a script. But it seems to be not doing anything, and that's weird. It is, after all, connected. And when I select D, yeah, funny and weird. So we're still working okay here, but we're not working okay over here. Why is that? The script shouldn't be only connected to the one where I first started it. It really should be able to Can you give me, thank you, open script. Yeah, it sure is a signal issue, isn't it? So if we go over to here, oh, hi, that's weird. It's waiting for the one in controls 1. That makes no sense whatsoever. Well, I know I can disconnect that. Ha. We select you. And we pick a method. And we see whether that's any better. Now, are you able to update the new thing? Lovely. Lovely. Got there. This is the slow part. Making it actually work will probably be way the heck quicker. I've even got some of the text I'm going to need. But what I must do now is play with the signals and apply what I've learned like that. And this, it keeps thinking it's controls 1, but I have to make it do this, and I can't actually use receive message because the one that I've spelled out is actually not what it defaults to do. And that's unfortunate, but it doesn't do any harm. See, when I do this, and I go to here, and we try to connect it, and we make sure it's speaking to the right one, it is flagged as it's in blue when it's the one that you want. If I had called the function onTextChanged, it would default to that and automatically work, but instead, I must select it. Although there is another possibility. And we're going to find that out right now. Same deal. Do this, control from that. Let's see if we can simply type in what it really means to be, and then go. At which point the final one, if I was able to do that, it'll work. It doesn't read, it reads ups and downs as caret control rather than changing the letter. Still, cool, got there. Next thing we can do is a little fooling with some of this stuff. So let's see, where are we going to want to put this in? Suffix. See, these look kind of similar. We're not actually using this code here. That's a complicated thing having to do with trying to measure what the size of the resulting file would be, so that I could discard the file if the file was below a certain size. I would count it as incompressible and I would not use it. But this is all here and ready to use. So if I was to do a 3x3, here's what that routine produces. It says a room size of 3, which is appalling, but I'm not that worried about the 3x3s. They will be what they will be. and it says 3.2025.529, but what I'm going to want is stuff that looks like this, but with the letters I just made. So there's going to be a dash, and then, let's see, it's going to all come together into one word. So after the room size, I fill in this extra stuff. I do not think it is there. Let's figure out where it's drawn this stuff. We do print this first, clearly. So we start with tabs, and then we're printing all of this stuff out. Interpretally. Then there is an immediate, let me just run it again. I'm going to try to parse this. Let's try to parse this. I'll do the 4x4. It'll still fit in the screen. Kinda. Yeah, so it'll do this. It'll say this, which is 11 to 65 milliseconds, 196 club, or whatever. Then it'll do a carriage return, and then it fills in comment, and then the seat size, and that's where we need to fit in everything else. Also, I have no reason for it to be saying galactosize, but that might give me a point as to where it's at. So let's see. Suffix. Well, you look at that. I think that's going to be a handy suggestion. So then logically, if we start with, let's see if we can get it to print out what it's currently saying. If that works, then I can go from there. Then I can quite easily read the letters from controls 1 through 6 and do that. I won't even need to amend them because operating them forces them to be the relevant thing. Halt for A. Let's see whether it looks right. Lovely. So it's a 56-seat room. It's saying these things, but we want to change it so that if it goes A, it's becoming pokey because it's running. But so here's how we do. Can I refer directly to control6.text? No, I have to do get parent, get node, but then I can. Let's test that out. Controls 1. So hang on, that's in the wrong place. That's the only reason that's wrong. So now if this works, I will have a result with a single Z in it. And then some dashes. Boom, got there. So now it's just a bunch of cumbersome adding. Or you started as a blank. How about that? Okay. We're zeroing in on the desired result. If I get this right, it'll start going a little quicker. Please show me the... Can you not? Thank you. There, so that makes a dash. And then it stacks up the two things. So at this stage, bada boom. So now if I take this and make it go A, B, C, D, E, F, and then we run it. And here's the thing. Here is how this is supposed to run. When this is up and running properly, you get to design your parameters for how all this is meant to go. And then you're producing automatically these bits of text that I paste into a text file and build reverbs out of. And then when I've run the reverbs and I have audio files like these FLACs, they have the little section in the comment here says 318 or whatever. And so typically I paste that in as the name of the end result file. But, and I don't have to worry about this because it's a record of when it was made. However, the files I create also have a date on them. But if I do this, not that. I bet, yep, it even has an undo. I can do Command Z and it undoes the change I just made. No. What I mean is, if I do that, oh, for heaven's sake. Why are you so fancy? Can't you be normal? Jesus Christ. Let's do another thing. Usually you can shift-click another point and it'll select whatever is in there. It won't be this hard in the final result. I swear to God it will not be. But we're running and I don't have a way of stopping us. So if you use the text box to select this stuff, which you then name the end FLAC file, and you can go through and listen to all the FLAC files and all of that kind of stuff. And it just so happens you stumble across one and you're like, oh my God, what a cool sounding reverb sound that I made in this audio file that I copied this over as the name. How could I possibly go about making one of those again? Oh, hey, look, the way you do that is you go, okay, this top one goes A to B, and then the second one I punch in C and D, or W and D, or whatever. And then the third one goes E to F, except for maybe it's like E to Q, or whatever it turned out to be. You punch those numbers in, and you have an immediate restoration of whatever your previous settings were. And then you punch in the 171 or whatever as seats, and that'll determine the size it's going for. And then you'll be generating more possibilities with the exact formula that you had before. So here's where we make this work for literally all of the things. We have started with suffix being only the date, but that now needs to be replaced with everything we have in here. So first things first, let me make sure that I'm selecting properly. There we go. This will work for every single one of these. And we're defining it as nothing. Then we add this stuff, and then we add the date, and that's all we need. So copy, and then paste. Now that one does it. And let's see, paste. Now this one does it. Then, and now this one does it. So if something has not gone wrong, I can now go, see, the point here is, say I did this. It won't do it right now. But when I'm done with this, and I've removed, if you looked underneath here, there would be sliders that were still controlling these things. But what this is meant to do is, rather than take the slider, which goes from 0 to 100, but it wouldn't matter what it was. It could be 0 to 25 and it would be the same, because it's relative proportions between these things. Set this up correctly, and it'll take the stuff at the beginning of the waveform. Like I'll hit 6B6 here. So the stuff at the beginning of the waveform has these settings. The stuff in the end of the reverb tail, long after everything has become silent, has these settings. And a linear progression between the two every step of the way. So you can have it follow one set of rules here and another set of rules here. And that's what I was doing back when I was running a version of this, where you could set it up to do plate or whatever. You'd have plate, and you'd have hall, and you'd have chamber. And what chamber meant is what this is by default doing, which is both of these numbers are the same. Technically, if I just click this, there we go. It's grinding away like mad, but it's able to eventually do it. So this is more or less what that stuff was doing if it was chamber. But I had a hall setting and a plate setting, which did different things. Let me see if I can scroll this down. Yep, there we go. And see, last one we hit was set to ZA, ZA, ZA. So the way this works, and it's going to take a bit of doing. However, I can start by hunting this down and getting it started. See, rather than the get node of, we won't be actually using green amount. Oh, I wonder if I have this in search 3. I know I have it in search 6. Go up to the top here. Here's where stuff gets defined. And sure enough, as you can see, I'm defining an array, and it's the size of the end result. Thing is, we're just filling it with all one value. Currently, it's green slider value. Green slider value goes from 0 to 100. However, get node controls 1, and there won't be a value, but instead there will be a text. And then my string Unicode at returns an int. So technically, this would be a crash. It would not like to be given a packed float array and be given a letter. It doesn't want a string there. But Unicode add. So that should work. Only thing about it is that's giving the Unicode character, so we have to subtract 65. And turn it to float. But what we're going to want to do is turn it to, and you know what, I'm going to take this and print it to the console so that I can see what this variable is. That should work. So now that's going to print a float to console, and it'll be whatever float this was, but we're feeding it an int. So now we're casting the int to float. Oh, except for I don't think it liked that, did it? Well, what if we continue to mess with these things? And now we're making this chain of little calls in here. Oh, invalid numeric notation. Well, I bet if we subtract a float, because I can't do that. It's an int, but as soon as I put a dot behind it, that means it thinks I'm subtracting a float, but I can subtract a float, and that forces it to be a float, doesn't it? So let's literally see what we have now. So in number 6, Z should end up with me printing a float, and sure enough, we are printing many of the floats. Probably too many of them. But as soon as I change this initial thing, which is the one we're reading, to something else, like for instance A, now we're filling it with zeros. And now we're filling it with 6. So far, so good. Also getting close to me defrosting cheese and getting ready to make my tacos. Again, I will have earned my tacos today, by God. But one more thing. Array size. I need to make a little space in here for me to work. Because I'm going to need to do arrays. And I have an exact pattern for what I'm going to need to do down here where we're actually working with the arrays. It's right like this. In fact, I can even use the same line of code. Go back up to here. Adjust green. We don't need this to be as fancy. In fact, we can take out this step thing because we're not going to want to use it. And now we have a loop. And we can do this over and over again with each of them. I just have to put in the indented block, which is literally what I'm about to do. I'm tempted to use, yes, fewer letters, we'll use dry wet, because this is the same technique that I use in the plugins for dry wet controls. We don't actually have to assign that, but it's fine. Actually, I can assign these elsewhere. I don't need to assign them in here. It will temporarily make this bit complain again, but that's fine. In fact, we can reuse these for each one. It can go in front of this entire block. And then here's where things get interesting. God, excuse me. So here's how we go about doing this stuff. We're not actually going to use adjust green fill at all once we're done. We have stuff like this to play with, which is giving us the correct numbers. Technically, we don't need to be doing that either. Yeah, no, we don't need to be doing that either. Let's fix that too. Good. In front of the for loop, we defined the extremes as these letters. Let's straighten that out. So you see what's happening. We're defining dry, we're defining wet, and it's like the hard left position of what would be like a slider and the hard right position that would be like a slider, except for we're taking the control values that we're using. And that is so effective that we can actually double this up and use it in its intended way. Like after adjust red, there will be another one of these. After adjust blue, there will be another one of these. We don't need to redefine dry and wet. Those are going to be fine. But we will need to do other things. So 1, 2, 3, and 4, because the next one's down, and then 5 and 6. They're all giving us numbers between 0 and 65. Or I'm sorry, 25, not 65. If we wanted to get really fancy, we could make it become the same 0 to 100 that the original sliders had, but I don't think that'll be necessary. And then, when I mentioned the dry-wet control, here's how this works. I am contemplating whether I want to... Yeah, sure, why not? Let's do this. It's going to even more closely resemble what I have in my plugins. It's going to look exactly the same because it'll functionally be exactly the same. And if you understand the one, you'll understand what I'm doing here. Because here's the thing. I'm figuring out how this is going to work. Give me a moment. And minus is not the correct thing there. Divide is what I'm going to be looking for. Don't know how I missed that. So what I'm trying to do is t is going to go from 0 to array size. That's arguably quite a large number. However, if okay, bear with me. I'm just going to walk through this. We're just going to try doing it. Here's what we add, and oh, I do have to have an equal sign in there. I can't just start typing things. Good enough. Oh, there, I missed an obvious one. Should start behaving itself a little better now. Okay, I'll see you later, Gabriel. Man, I am having trouble keeping all of my windows straight and clear. So, yeah, var wet float would be the next thing. There we go. This doesn't count because there's nothing there, but I'm working my way up to a neat trick. So we're rebuilding how I do dry wet controls in audio. Oh, for heaven's sake, what was that about? Please to be behaving yourself a little bit better for my good fortune. So the next thing that we are doing is we're effectively making a crossfade. So t times wet. I could simply do this by way of a divide. In fact, maybe that would be a fine idea. Let's not even have this here. Let's work it basically like this. If it sits there and behaves itself for me just long enough. Capitalization stinging me again. There we go. So everywhere this appears, as long as I type things correctly, I'm derping all over the place. But sometimes you do. Sometimes you just derp all over the place. Now we're iterating over array size. So we're starting at 0 and we're going to array size. That means that this will go from 0 to array size divided by array size, namely 1. That makes it act like a crossfade. One further thing that I must do, as we start and it's 0, I want it to be favoring dry sample. What that means is a little more parenthesis is what you crave. And we add these two things together. I don't really need to take out these spaces, but it's taking up too much space in the screen for my taste. And let's just fool with this a bit. Oh, I have failed to do another plus. It'll behave itself once I do this. Well, that should fix it. It has not fixed it. And that is because it needs to be a string. I can print this, but I can't add these together. It was not printing a string, it was just printing a number, which Godot can do, but it didn't want me to do it like this. I can't concatenate numbers with strings, but I can concatenate strings with strings. Boom, now it's happy. So, you may ask, what was the point of that? And I'll show you. Array size. Now watch. Let's make it go from 0 to 25. Oh, it died. Well, that's unfortunate. A little puzzled as to what happened there. Oh, are we not able to iterate up to the full size? What if I do this? Is it any happier? Let's find out. So if I do this and it doesn't crash, see, everything is 25, 25, 25. But if this one is now an A, okay, didn't see that coming. Debugging ahoy. So what this is supposed to be doing, and if it's not, that it's definitely worth fixing. we have array size. We're capable of using it to refer to things. It's the size of the overall array. And yet we are still getting this wrong somehow. So here's our for next loop. That's supposed to iterate over the entire array. And we're supposed to be converting these two inputs, which are in fact floats and should go from 0 to 25. If we have that first one typed in as z, it does give me numbers of 25. The trouble is, having done that iteration, adjust green is not doing what I thought it would. I can do adjust green array size -1, and it is behaving as if it is useless. And I don't like that. So screen resize. That seems legit. Try sample times 1 minus t divided by array size. T, t's an int. T's an int. That's a problem. I have to iterate over that, but I can't be using that as, Okay, found the problem. Here's what happened. I need to convert all of this into floats, but they're not. So the ints are counting up from that, but the int of anything around that vicinity is always going to turn into 0. Or technically 1. 1 is another available possibility. However, we apparently get to do that, and it's cumbersome. But this should fix the problem immediately. I beg your pardon. That's just annoying. So how do we go about doing this? It's not the kind of object you can do that with, is it? Well, we have to iterate, but we have to this is how you cast things. So we'll try that. Okay, it's upset and doesn't like that either. Most annoying. I can get around the array size simply by defining a float as that. Oh, how frustrating. Let's look it up on the internet. Force an int to be evaluated as float. Okay, looks like they have an answer. You can do this. Float from int. All I got to do is float, but it needs to be within the parentheses rather than outside them. And that will give me variables I can use. Cool. That's not a C thing. That is a GD script thing. Or at least to the best of my understanding, it's not a C thing. Oops. Boom. It are happy, so are we. I mean, it makes sense that you can do that. I'm just not familiar with that syntax for it. Okay, so now A to Z, bingo. And if I'm not mistaken, it is in fact evaluating this reverb as that already. Having got through that other stuff, this is doing its job. This is what it was meant to be doing. So the question becomes, how quickly can I copy it over to all the other places? And the answer is, oh, I'll get there. Boop. That stuff is fine. Just after what sample? Put this in here. Seems legit. And then just after what sample there as well. And the other stuff I did was already correctly assigned. See, dry sample times 1 minus wet, wet sample times wet, and they are simply the variables we have in here. So if I've typed in A and Z, it's making an entire array the size of whatever the buffer is meant to be. And it's going incrementally from 0 to its float, so it's very close to 25, even though I told it 25. And the halfway point is 12. 12.5, thereabouts. That is correct. Not only that, every single little sample in there is going to be slightly different. And they are being applied. Let's see now. Firstly, let's go and apply this everywhere it needs to be. Then we'll go and play with it. And it's almost time for me to defrost my tacos for dinner. Another one of those really earned my dinner. Those are zeros. And array size, I cast everything to floats, everything seems good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All of this seems legit. It goes between angle change fill and var delays. Quickly build it, see if it crashes. Nope, it didn't crash. Yay. And go change fill and var delays. I've even got a little space in there showing me what was to be replaced. Boop. And the final one. Alrighty. So rock on with your verb self. What do we got? We have to do a command B to build it because the interface has lost itself again. We can do a 5x5, and so here's how this has worked. I wonder whether I'm going to be able to make it visually look different. So the naturalness and spacing is about the same either way. So these are restricting various things. The first one is giving you high scores if the number of echo returns was high at that place. But if you have it set to A, it will not record that value. It'll record a smaller version at that value, meaning it will assume it is a lower score. It will favor those values. So if you have a situation where there's a reverb that goes like yay long, and you set it to AZ, the early reflections don't count against the score, so there can be lots more of them and they can go way higher. The later ones do count against the score, so it will only like variations where the tail end is quieter. That describes the plate. The hall is, it wants the onset to be quieter, so the hall is ZA, whereas the plate is AZ. It doesn't care what happens up front, but it wants the tail end to be suppressed. It wants early echoes, and it's going to do that purely on the basis of randomness and how well the various combinations of random things perform. We've got R being the same, but what we could do is try to make a reverb which works oppositely, and so it would not care about darkness at the end, but it would care about darkness very much at the beginning. So you'd have a reverb tail that would get brighter as it continues. And then we can make it a fairly large verb and pick any of these to do it with, but I could run the 6x6 or I could run the 5x5. And then as we run this, it's going to attempt to produce a reverb. It's going to like hunt its way through in such a way where it's following these rules and trying to pick the best shot. And the stuff up front in the beginning gets to be louder, and the stuff towards the end is going to be more suppressed, what with the Z here. And then it's continuing to look. But oppositely, up front, it scores very poorly if it's bright up front, but it doesn't care the least whether it's bright at the reverb tail. So in theory, if simply combining numbers was able to get you wild variations in the visuals of all this, what we would see is we'd be looking at a reverb tail and we'd see more green up near the top of this, as if it was a distorted tube-like shape. And then it would go more cyan or more blue at the end of it, because it would be favoring combinations where if there was any brightness, it was happening towards the end. not up front. And we do in fact see a lack of like the blue spots towards the front, but not so much towards the end. So I think the thing that I need to do now, firstly, is quit out of here, and I'll run it again under the same circumstances, up to and including, well, you know what I can do is simply not care about natural distance spacing. If I set that to A, that doesn't play into it. And then I'll run a 5x5 at the same size. And we see it grinding its way through, trying to find different settings. And what we've told it is we want green echo returns up front, more of them towards the beginning of the reverb tail. We don't want echo returns at the end of the reverb tail. Z means maximally penalize anything that shows up in the meters towards the end, which technically is off the bottom of the screen, but it'll interpolate from the very top corner to the very bottom corner, and anything in here gets applied to that. Then for the brightness factor, it's going to try to fight any of the blue pixels showing up, meaning bright reverb returns where there's a sharp distinction between the two things. But by the end of the reverb tail, it's going to be completely fine with having the cyans, these blues, showing up. At no point are we going to get anything where it's like a blue to green gradient. That is not something that can happen. But we do have a pretty wide range of being able to do weird stuff with this. And it is showing on the printout when it says like 607 AZ, AA, ZA. That's your formula for replicating whatever the tone of this is. And we can do the same thing that the sliders did. Namely, supposing we don't want to care about G at all, even while it's running. See, it's grinding away a little bit. If we type in a B here, what's going to happen is it's going to be even less discriminating about green stuff showing up. There's this fascinating cloudy look to this. I've never seen anything like this out of this algorithm. Wow. Weird stuff's happening. I can't wait to hear what some of this does. I will end up having to do test files where it's like, okay, so AZ, AA, ZA, or AAA, or ZA, AAA. In other words, leaving some of those things out. And then the point that I was going to make is if I type a B in here, the second one on the top, it's going to force all of the calculations to go to not scoring the green ones at all. And that will force it to suddenly start updating more, like this. He says it just doesn't do anything. How quickly can I go from a generated thing to being able to hear how it sounds? Well, I'm doing a 5x5 matrix. Technically, there's lines of code that I can show you. I'll scooch it over here while it is still running even. All of my K reverbs are in fact 5x5s up to and including K Cosmos. So if I was to take the version of this that is built on this machine, and if I was to take this file and take this line of code here in this file, which says constant delay A857, etc., and replace it with what's up here, even while this program is running, and I recompiled it, it would sound different. I could make it be a much smaller than K-Cosmos. I could make it be much bigger. It would adapt to whatever the reverb sizes were, and it would take on the new sound. I'm not doing that right now, but it would actually be a faster way of iterating than the way I currently have. Because currently what I do is I bring them all over to the retro computer and I build them there. And that's fine, I suppose. But thing is, I would probably have to build it in the VST, because on modern machines, you can't do what I do on the old one. On modern machines, you have to restart the machine before it will see a new component file. But the VSTs, on the other hand, I could probably do the same system and go about it the same way. Maybe that would be a good thing to learn. I have not yet learned that. Also, quick pause while this is going so that I can defrost my food for dinner. Except for I'm going to let you hear it properly. There you go. Speaker, not that I'm using the speakers right now, but I'll put them back to my main system. Yeah, so this is kind of neat. We're doing all manner of stuff. What I need to do now is, you see this big text window over to the side? That needs to be the instruction manual. And I'm going to proceed to do that immediately. So we're gonna move. I don't think I need to worry about going for stream audio for the rest of the day. You got me for the last 45 minutes without hesitation. So all of this should work just fine. And it is being applied where it needs to, like this. And see, it's counting over total. And then where it gets added, it's scaling by that position on the screen. Oh, I just make tacos with beef and cheese and tomato and lettuce. And I use the hard, crunchy American kind. Soft tacos are actually delicious, but I have a special problem with soft tacos that I have not been able to overcome. As much as the soft tacos are really the authentic and great and delicious kind, the way that I make them, and I curl them up into a roll like that, and then I am constantly biting the side of my mouth when I take a big bite of the soft taco, and that is so wretched that I prefer the hard tacos for that reason. It's much tastier having the proper tortillas, but I can't eat them without eating a piece of myself in the process, and that's no good. So, and Voicaria, what is this I am coding? I am coding something that you can have on the internet. It's on my GitHub. It is a reverb constants generator. That doesn't mean you're going to be able to use it. It might be very difficult to use, but this is the thing that I've been making all of my best reverbs with. Oh, and it is a beef taco, but I'm also adding also American taco mix, the old El Paso stuff. But then I also throw in dried pinto bean flakes. So it ends up being like a beef bean, slightly zippy, and typically the old El Paso stuff is very salty. So I combine the normal kind with the low sodium kind, and that with the pinto bean flakes. Oh, have you been making good progress on the Minecraft server? Nice. I'm glad that you're having fun there. I will eventually get back to there, maybe even this upcoming week. This is kind of me falling into a work mode for the various reasons I talked about at the beginning of the stream. But by all means, also funny thing, technically, if this brother of mine wants to get into contact with me, nothing's stopping him from logging onto the server and posting an elaborate letter in the form of signs. That is something that he could do, and I don't think it's going to happen. It would be pretty wild if that was the thing. Like, people who I am blocking and not speaking to, even to some fairly extensive ways, are able to get through to me by using the things that are closest to me. For instance, the lady that I dated who wanted to rekindle something later, she joined my Patreon for long enough to send me a message being like, hey, do you want to kindle the fires again? And I was like, if I can talk honestly about the things that I think, and I never heard from her again. Because she kind of wanted, like my brother wants, like, let's do the thing that I used to do that drove you away. And that's not going to work. But yeah, I mean, this is a rich man. He could join my Patreon, but my whole family cringes itself inside out at the idea. So I've got you guys. I don't have any help from them. But that would get my attention immediately. The fact that he's like, oh, I'm blocked, he's not responding to anything. Well, there's nothing you could do about that. I would even like delete the donation thing and be like, I don't want your stinking money, but let's talk. I deleted the donation of the lady that I dated because I was like, I was giving you stuff. You were that hard up. So I'm going to quietly cancel your donation. And as far as I know, that's how things stand, is that there was no further attempts for her to try to throw money in my direction, whether it be paying stuff back or whatever you want to call it. You see, where am I at with this? I was doing something with this before stopping. I know. I was going to put commentary in here. That's what I was going to do. That comes in the form of placeholder text. In Godot, if you type this stuff in, such as, for instance, I could type this in. What's exactly halfway between A and Z? That seems appropriate. it would let you go in opposite directions, you see. Well, it's 25 letters, so 10 fingers. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L kind of gets you there. And M, I'm trying to figure out what is in the middle, or reasonably in the middle, maybe slightly higher than the middle. M for make reverbs. All the reverbs. There. So that's now a neutral setting. Everything matches. Oh, well, I appreciate it. That's the way I frame it. Like, back in the day, I made a little bit more money selling these things for $50 a pop. And they weren't nearly as good as they are now. So I explain it to people that way. Like, if I have made a plugin that you would use all year and get a lot out of, you could throw me $50 a year. At the point that the next year comes around, have I made another plugin that you also use? In which case, continue throwing me that. Or if you're using 12 of them, you could go that high, but I'm not going to make anybody do it. And it just basically goes like that. Like, since I am not actually doing things in a commercial way, I will allow people to let me continue to survive and do this stuff in whatever way seems right. And it's working out okay. Better than moving the spacing on these. There we go. So I can move those like that. And now I start filling in placeholder text, and I must explain what this is. So, where do we start? I do have plenty of lines of text, and as soon as it runs, it will replace whatever the placeholder text is, which ends up looking like this. It ends up being a sort of gray. But that serves as an instruction manual, and as soon as it writes anything to there, the placeholder text goes away. So it's a good place to dump a bunch of information. Also, let's take a quick moment to select and delete all of these and see if that helps. Can we still run? Should be able to. Yep, we're good. Yeah, see, in the placeholder text, I can write instructions in here. I've got this many lines to do it, and I must explain how to use G, R, and B. Aliasing depends upon the plugin. It depends upon whether you're doing nonlinearity, and it depends upon whether the frequencies you're feeding into it are low enough that even if they generate harmonics, the harmonics are not too high. So almost anything hitting a hard clip will generate aliasing, unless the clip itself doesn't cause that problem. On the other hand, things like I've mentioned the BESI-comp. BESI-comp almost can't generate aliasing no matter how hard it goes, because it's applying a volume level which changes along a curve, and only if the curve of the compression suddenly changes, making a sudden change in the amplitude of the sound you're passing through it, only then does that matter as far as generating aliasing. The speed of how fast the volume modulates is not as relevant as how suddenly it changes from one state to another. So yeah, soft clips don't generate as much as aliasing as you'd think. If you're doing something like a sine function, which I can type in here, a sine function like that doesn't generate as much aliasing as you'd think, even though it's a distortion, because what it will tend to do is start slowly curving over stuff that clips, and that tends to generate just the next harmonic up, rather than suddenly generating like 15th harmonic of whatever the sound is. Whereas if you hit a hard clip, what's going to happen is even if you have a very low frequency sound, like a bass note, like a 60 cycle hum, if that goes into hard clipping, you instantly have this sharp little corner, and the sharp little corner has all the aliasing frequencies in the world. If you run 60 cycle hum into the sine function I've typed here, it's going to take a really long time before anything aliases. You'd have to distort it so insanely hard before anything would alias, because you're generating harmonics one at a time depending upon how hard you're hitting it. So I will have to think about this, but I've got about a half an hour to finish this and then upload it to GitHub as the next update. But Jonathan has a question, and I don't like multiband compression. And the reason I don't like multiband compression is because it's mangling the coherency of the sound and changing it into separate bands of audio that are modulating against each other. I don't tend to like making that happen to the sound, so I don't tend to like multiband compression any more than I like doing like a graphic EQ and doing crazy stuff with that. There are exceptions. For instance, like pointy guitar and chimey guitar and so on. Those are actually a lot of bands in there. But even then, I kind of smooth it out. And the only reason those sound as good as they do is because with guitar, making something into an amp sound is actually very aggressive. But normal sounds that already sound basically the way I would want them to sound, rather than you're now running this into an amp. This is now going into a guitar amplifier, so it's completely transformed and not like it started like at all. If you're doing something that radical, that's fine. However, if you don't want to obliterate the noise, you probably want, if you want something to honor the guts of the sound as it's coming in, like you put a microphone up and you've brought a violin in and he's got a Stradivarius, or at least a really good violin, or a cello, something like that. And it sounds awesome. Last thing you want to do is put a multiband anything on it. You want to get the recording right at the microphone. And then the easiest way to pass that through to the listener so they really hear what you're vibing with is to do a clean, high quality sound rather than something aggressive like multiband. But then if you want to be completely transformative, maybe that's what you're after. It all very much depends. It's just that people have been wandering so far away from being able to do things like get good sounds that are realistic and convincing. And the way you get good sounds is, or the way you honor sounds that are already good, is by not getting into the whole multiband and stuff. Excuse me. I'm sorry, I'm yawning. I've spent all day hammering away at this, but to good effect, I think. So let's work on that placeholder text. Also, funny thing, where my mouse is here, what's that about? I'm looking at a little thing with 4 arrows. Is this going to give me a bigger screen for a placeholder text, or is this, I can always hit undo. Let's see what happens. Boop. Ah, lovely. So now I get to edit this in a bigger screen. Let's Can I resize this? Sure can. So now I can see what it's going to look like too. Cool. Let's write our magnum opus, the best essay in the world on how to use this crazy thing. Might as well have a sense of humor. But also use all the space I have available. That's not going to help. So I'm trying to explain all of this in the space I have. Oh, well, no, I don't think I can actually make it be scrollable. Unfortunately, it's just drawing on the back. Maybe I can contract this a little bit. Let's also lose words like is. Okay, now we've got some space to explain things in. Just bear in mind, I have to understand this too. So if density is bad, and it forces you to only type in A to Z, so that part is fine. And I have so few letters and words to be able to use here that it's just like, man, I'd have to explain this at much more length. Hopefully I can at least, if it's mysterious, then so be it. It won't actually literally do that, but what I can do is less sound up front. I'll capitalize just to make sure it's understood. Making these letters larger means whatever that reference is bad, choose less of it. Whereas making them smaller means whatever this is, allow it free reign and let there be lots of it. And I will use the description, hall, plate, and so on. And the same will follow for each of these. So I'm essentially describing what increasing any of these particular things is likely to do to the sound. I can do that for G because I've already done that experiment. and I know that it acts more like a plate, more like a hall, so on and so forth. I won't be able to exaggerate it, but that's not really what this is about. I've never done that with R. I've never done that with B. So I have to kind of make it up in my head as to what I think that's going to do, to the extent that it's able to do anything at all, because that's the thing. I'm kind of assuming what this is going to do. And I have 2 more lines for each of these to complete the explanation. And then everything else, well, you're going to take your chances. Let's take out the so. And I'll capitalize all the stuff that's really significant. So the letter that is to the left, start to the right end. And Z is more compared to M. So what that also means is you can take the other side and make it less if you want to really exaggerate stuff. Like G density at the start, Z means less sound up front. So G density at the start, A means more sound up front. Same deal. And I will continue to, I've probably done some stuff with hysteresis, but I'm not exactly sure how much. I don't remember which one yet. I don't remember off the top of my head what I've done like that. I feel like there's almost certainly some kind of old compressor that used something like that. And of course, gates have a lot of advantage in doing that. So density, spacing, and bright. And let's just and here's where we start getting speculative, but I'm pretty sure that the information about brightness is going to have its effect. Maybe I'll cut our spacing back a little bit, see if it fits. Oh, it's not going to quite fit, is it? Okay. And all of a sudden I'm doing double quotes instead of single quotes, which is wasting space, so how about not? And you can't read that one, so we'll have to shorten it. Oh, weirdly, apparently you can scroll it, so I could have a giant explanation, but I don't think I'm going to want to. That's a trip right there. So yeah, clearly you can modulate that. Clearly you could set R to be larger or less and have it be relatively consistent or have it merge from one to the other. But you're shooting for what's going to sound more natural and distant rather than, wow, that sounds like a spectacular reverb, it's bouncing all around my head. It kind of vanishes a little bit, our spacing does. And then my final two here, bright at the start, because increasing these things means they kick in more aggressively and it changes the balances. So rather than it being like, okay, turn it to Z and it has all the brightness, it's like, no, turn it to Z and it tries to suppress all the brightness as hard as it can. And all of this is going to be very subtle compared to stuff that you could do with like EQs or whatever. But the more of it that can be done in the actual algorithm, that's the thing that I don't think people really do anything with. I'm kind of excited about that. You know, bear in mind, having the text here, it's like this is going to change as soon as I start changing the code around. So this is just a snapshot, really. That will do. So now if we run this, hey, instruction manual, how to use this crazy thing. These are fitness functions. Text box to the left, text box to the right. You can use A through Z. They start up as M. So the start of the reverb tail or the end of the reverb tail. Start is the top left corner, and bottom right is the end. And that's how we interpret this. So if we're going to say do a 170 seat except for it's a plate reverb, we might go, okay, less sound at the end, or more sound at the end, or no, literally opposite. That's Z is less sound up front. Okay, so let's call it A then. Now, that might be too little control of bloom, so we could step it forwards to, like, I don't know, F or something. Our spacing is supposed to be roughly natural either way, so maybe we don't want as much of that. And I never got around, I suppose I could try to do the last feature during, like, literally the last moment, because this is where this could come in handy. And then bright at the start versus at the end. Well, we could just have it be very bright and not suppress things at all. And then we could do it in the 5x5 because, oh, and we are not functioning properly. Oh, I see why. Huh. Fascinating. I thought I had that taken care of, but I did not. But this is what that's supposed to mean. So whatever we have here can just be deleted just like that because we're not using it anywhere. Let's see if that happens again. It does. Okay, I missed a bit. Like technically I could keep those, but just do something different with them. And I have just the thing. Let's patiently go through here and We're no longer referring to that, nor are we actually using these values, but we're about to. I was going to have to do something with this anyway. Oh, hi. I have a little more work on this than I thought I was going to have. Oh, that's okay. It's 10 minutes to go. All of these have a just green, and that's what that's supposed to be. And do we have problems with this as well, or is it, we're gonna. Oh, come on. Don't give me that. Yeah, so I've set these up to be ready to go. I'm just not using them yet. Which means it wasn't going to do what I wanted anyhow, so it's all to the good. Yep, there we are. That gets changed to a just green. That gets changed to a just green. Back over to here, we are now also going to have a just red and a just blue. So I need to zip through and replace those as well. And that's the formula for that, and this is the formula for this. Copy. We now refer to the position in the array for that. So that should work just fine. And we've got these updated. And we skip back to where it's defined up here somewhere. Can I maybe just scroll there and scroll down? Will that help? Oh, do I even have it here or not? Maybe I deleted it out of 6 and it didn't delete it out of anything else. Let's see. Where are you? Are you in 4? I know I didn't just delete these all out of everywhere, so that's now what I'm puzzled about. Oh, here it is. Okay, so within for dummy, just over dupes. Sounds like I'm being mean to people. And there that is, so that's correct. And that's correct. And it would need to go here. Boop. And likewise, needs to go in here. Within for dummy, just over dupes. Boom. Okay, now we have blank variables that we can do stuff with, and it should run just fine. Oh, if I just pasted it again, I hit the wrong key. Undo. Save, and build and run. So now technically we can do like the plate reverb thing of having it hit all very early. And I almost kind of see it. What we are doing here is trying to find reverb times, and it's starting with an impossibly small room, so it's struggling. Oh, and then it crashed. Why did that crash? Because we're not using total. We're using X here. So we've got a few more changes to make. Where else does that happen? Here. Okay, so that's an oversight, but it's pretty straightforward. How about here? Does this do it? Nope, that's in the correct place, and it was already working on the other one. So save, build, can we run? I don't know why it was suddenly having a problem when it wasn't before, but it's all fine. And then we will accentuate that. So it'll be trying to make all of the reverbs come up front and not at the end. And it kind of looks like it. So we'll do a larger one and do the same thing. A to Z. 5 by 5. It should still be kind of speckly looking, but at this point, what this algorithm is trying to do is it is going to try to come up with random combinations of numbers that just so happen to make the combinations of numbers hit more up front, and then the delay tail is sparser. And the way it's doing that is by evaluating this G parameter. And up front, the amount that contributes to the score is next to nothing. If you have lots of reverbs coming in right up front, it's not going to affect the score at all. The score will end up low, meaning it will try to pass. However, if reverb tails hit down here like this pitiful sequence of tiny little green spots towards the end of the tail, those count very highly. Oh, look, see, it's becoming obvious. Look at the top line compared to the bottom line. It's doing it. It's working. Top line, lots of stuff happening, doesn't care what it is. It's very indiscriminate about what shows up here. Bottom line, oh, it doesn't want anything to show up down here. It's desperately trying to have everything front-loaded and not back-loaded. That's how I was getting some of those plate reverb sounds, was weighting it in this way. I just did it with a dedicated fitness function algorithm that ran much slower and wasn't any good. Whereas now I'm doing it with an array with different scoring amounts based on where things stand. Which also means I could, even on the fly, update the brightness so that it doesn't want any bright sounds happening up front, but it's completely fine with them happening in the back. Although it's already been running for too long, so it's probably not going to be able to do that. So A, Z, then Z, and A. So in doing this, it's going to want all of the reverb to hit up front, but it's going to want all the brightness to hit in the back. And anything that is producing too much brightness up front is going to be rejected. So it is now trying to satisfy multiple weird constraints with just a pile of random numbers. And we are getting the end results out of it. It's gotten this far. I see some evidence that, like, given that this could as easily be symmetrical, consider how much green stuff is showing up over here. And it's also not very blue-colored green stuff, so that implies that this one is contributing, compared to how much green stuff is showing up on these bottom two lines. That's really pretty striking. Because that's the thing, is it is refusing to allow stuff to get through that's throwing a bunch of reverb echo tails in towards the end. It only wants it's basically what we're going to see here and we can even see it in some of these numbers, is these are a lot of small numbers. There's just a few which are much larger numbers. And that's part of what contributes to the delay times saying 2 to 71 milliseconds for a 160 club. It has to have some delay times that are much longer in order to make it seem like that size of a room. But many of these little delays are little tiny delay times. If I was to do the opposite, which I can absolutely do, given that it's getting on towards time for me to log off, and I did Z, A, Z. Please have all of the delay times be in the tail. I don't care what happens there, but don't have anything happen up front. No echoes too soon. It still has to equate to this number of seats. And oh, by the way, it can be bright up front, but it has to have a quiet tail. We do that in a 5x5, and we start seeing stuff like this. Look, it's literally the opposite thing from before. We hardly have any decay times happening up front, but then we have a lot of stuff going on in the back. And same with here. It's not quite as exaggerated, but still relatively few stuff happening up front. A lot in the final bit, and that's because the G, the bloom, the space thing, is suppressing early stuff as hard as it can and not caring about what happens towards the end. But it does care very much about whether it's bright at the end, and it doesn't care whether the early reflections are bright. Honestly, setting the darkness, the bright suppression as AZ is probably going to give rise to good realistic sounding reverbs. Because that's what it's doing. It's honestly not placing that much brightness up front. But if you just select random delays in such a way where anything bright happening happens early, and then the longer it sustains, the less likely you are to have those sudden changes that will cause bright sounding results. There's the possibility of going towards a natural arrangement of delays. And yeah, that's kind of the point of the exercise. That's what I'm trying to do with all this. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm not quite done. I'd like to do a little more on this. And I've set up those, you're in here somewhere. Yeah, after dummy. Green amount, red amount, and blue amount. I'm going to set those to most at various stages. And then what I'm going to do is make a line go across like a linear pie chart, where if everything being done to suppress the fitness functions is in green, then the little pie chart will show up all as green. It should work out that way because I should be able to tell the relative amounts of how much the fitness function changed based on what each of these things contributed. That should just about work. But I'm not going to do it on stream because it's tacos time and it's time for me to have dinner. So instead, what I'm going to do is give you this that I have just compiled and made to work, complete with the little instruction manual that it came with. And that will be done by me saving and then doing a little work in terminal. Much like what I had to do here. First, CD to there. I can pull new stuff, but I'm not going to. It doesn't actually show the password. I'm just being cautious. Oh, wait, do I have to do capital A? I bet I do. Got there. I should remember that I've done it enough times. I just had a lot to think about today with continuing to do this. And then Git. Pretty sure it's lowercase m for that one at least. Usually I up space to get to the controls that I need. Kind of like this. So that was my intro commit. So adding better controls. Oh, for heaven's sake. I think I did a mistake. I shouldn't have an exclamation point in there, should I? I better quit out of there without being able to finish that and start it over. I did the git add. This time let's try to do a git commit without adding strange things that cause it to become upset. Because I swear it must have been mad at me for putting an exclamation point in there. See, now it's fine. It didn't like that there. Then and modern Git uses main, whereas the original Airwindows repository still uses master because that's how they spelled it back then. But they changed it because tacky thing to call programs. And bada boom, we got there. So now, if I go over to the Airwindows GitHub, voila, this is what I just made. If you were playing with it, by all means, go and re-download what you had because we've just changed all of these things. And now it's got the new stuff. Up to and including the slight instructional manual in there. And on that note, I will call it a day, which I may still want to add that other feature I was talking about. I've gotten a little closer to it now, and I think I know what I need to do. But I might do that while having tacos. And I'm not going to have tacos on stream because I'm not a mukbang guy. So talk to you later. And maybe we'll do something fun like playing Minecraft or something next week. Or maybe I'll just be coding more things. Anyhow, talk to you later. Bye-bye.